ya laptop a ka ya spana ke itse tsa bona di o bereka ke laptop ya normal e tlwaelegileng but ga ona gore nka ba fa laptop a ka ba se chaise ka pele ba ntshwarela
Good morning. Good morning. No, they can leave it.
Yeah, no. Can I ask you a question? What's happening in school? Because some academics are recording.
No, we'll
Because
discuss. No, that's fine. Yeah, you will in this place. Yeah.
Just for 5 minutes.
It's fine. We can sit here and meet you. Forget it. Forget it. The speaker is on.
And when you are here,
Yeah.
because I wanted the people to know the place.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll do that even now. Yeah. Okay, good morning. We had decided that we'll start at 9:30, and I'm usually a very moody program director. I don't like disturbances of the program, so when we say 9:30, we mean 9:30. When we say you have 10 minutes to speak, you actually have 10 minutes to speak. Let me say I'm not one of the speakers as a program director. Mine is a very simple task. To direct and facilitate the proceedings. Let me welcome you to the Research and Innovation Week with a very important theme, proudly African, globally relevant. And I think in the context of what one Portuguese wit called Dos Santos has called epistemicide, that theme is very, very critical. I'm going to call the following people to come to sit in front. Prof. Sifiso, please don't go. Prof. Sifiso Ndlovu. That's exactly the kind of things I don't understand. Prof. Sifiso, and then Prof. Siphamandla Zondi, please come. Please, 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 please come. Prof. Lekgoathi. Prof. Zondi, please come. Yeah. Prof. Nthabiseng Motsemme, I think the information I have is that she has a puncher, but she will be with us very soon. With that, my name is Thabo Mbeki. You'll notice that they've put my colonial name here, Josiah, which I'll appreciate if you call me Thabo, so that we are in good terms. Colleagues, the program for today is very clear. I hope you all have it in front of you. I don't have to go through it. And I will immediately go straight to call upon Prof. Ndlovu to give us the opening and welcoming address. And he will note that the time that he has to do that is very clear, and he cannot go beyond that, out of respect for all of us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Sifiso Mxolisi Ndlovu, the Acting Research Director at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. And I will take it for granted that all of us have the background about the school. Because of the lack of time, I am not going to delve into that history. But what I must say is, I just welcome you all here. And we hope you'll help us in this journey in terms of making it a point that we do improve our research outputs at that school. But the first thing that I'll have to say to you, in terms of us as being serious scholars at the school, at the table over there, what is displayed there, those are the publications of the academics at that school. So if you want to know us, you want our background in terms of research, some of our publications are displayed there. During the break, you can go over there and have a look. But at the table across there at Unisa Press, some of us have been working with Unisa Press for ages. I think since 2003. And what is displayed over there, the book, The Road to Democracy in South Africa, has been published since then. And it was a collaboration, it still is a collaboration with us at that school. So we have asked them to come and display the books over there that we've published over the year. And after lunch, one will make a presentation about that publication. It's quite an important publication in terms of us as a people who have been oppressed, because we need to tell our story. And some of the authors of those chapters, of those book chapters, are around with us here, including myself. That is different there. If you want to purchase the books, you are welcome. You can purchase the books. And that side, it's no purchase. And I do have my colleagues from the school who are part of us here. What I've decided to do, I'm going to ask each one of them, so that you know the faces behind the name, to explain exactly what is it that they are doing at the school, their research focus areas, and the courses that they are offering. Because of time, I'll begin with my colleague here, Prof. Lebakeng.
I must say this is an ambush at gunpoint. But as I've already indicated, my name is Thabo Mbeki. I'm actually the focus area leader of security and intelligence. I know that most people are not very much familiar with the area, and there are many misconceptions about what intelligence is all about. But I can assure you, one of the things that I've tried to do with the colleagues at the school is to popularize the field of intelligence, so that ordinary people who actually don't know what intelligence is all about should know. Intelligence generally, just in a sentence, could be understood as an organization, as a process, and as a product. Now, it is intelligence as a product that we are interested in, because of the relevance of intelligence to statecraft. That is how government works in both public and international affairs. The history of intelligence on the continent is that of suppression, oppression, and dehumanization. But the way we are teaching intelligence is to show that intelligence is very critical for the advancement and protection of our human security as citizens. It's a complete opposite of how intelligence is being offered at most of our universities. You know, Stellenbosch, they offer intelligence, but it's military intelligence. University of Pretoria offer intelligence, but it's a mixture of police and military intelligence. So what we are doing, we are offering civilian intelligence. And that is why it is important that we popularize it. If you are interested, we can continue with the discussions. I'm always available for discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. Professor Msila, please can you come over?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vuisile Msila. At the school, I'm responsible for an area called Public Leadership Studies, and it includes thought leadership. And yeah, that's what we do. We're looking at contemporary issues and leadership at large. Very interesting that we are offering that, and many of our students enjoy the area. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
May I also invite Professor Mkhize? I thought I saw you around here. And I must also explain to our audience that all these offerings are postgraduate degrees, that is masters and PhDs.
Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Mbegezeli, the African name. The one I got after being baptized is Comfort Mkhize, but you can use any of the above. I'm quite happy with. So I teach diplomacy and international studies in the school. I work closely with Anthony van Niekerk, who's unfortunately not with us today. But what we are doing in our focus area is quite important given the rapid changes in geopolitics, global dynamics, and that. So what we are looking at is the relationship between states and also the role of diplomats. So when you join our focus area, we will take you through what is the role of diplomats, especially from the African perspective, because we believe that the narrative that we have currently is dominated largely by the Western influence. So what we are doing as a school, we are using the transdisciplinary Africa-centered approach to tell the narratives from the Africans themselves. So in other words, you look at the international relations from the African perspective. Thank you.
What I would like to do, I will just apologize for the fact that some of our colleagues who are supposed to be here and present themselves are not around. And we apologize. Those are issues that will be discussed internally. But our dean, that is acting dean, Professor Pasalna, and also the acting director of the teaching side of the school, they are not around. They are in Tanzania. What is happening in Tanzania is the school is responsible, together with the university itself and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, for a program on Africa Day lecture. As you know, usually the school usually presents the Africa Day lecture around May. So President Mbeki and some members of our school are there because our belief is that we cannot confine ourselves to South Africa. The school is not confined to South Africa. It has to be part and parcel of what is happening in the continent. So we usually export the Africa Day lecturer to various countries in the continent. So that is why they are not with us today. And also in terms of the program that is existing, we decided that we will be inclusive in as far as what we offer at the school. The first presentation, which will not be the first one, will be the second one by Professor Motsemme, who is not around with us, is about women in research. And we all know that at Unisa, work about women in research is a catalytic niche area. So that is why we had invited her to come and present to us work that is done by our female colleagues and the implication of it, specifically if you are a female academic. So some of us do write about women, but we happen to be men. So the reason why we didn't put ourselves in the program, even though we do publish in that sphere, is precisely because we feel that, you know, our female colleagues are better at it in terms of analyzing some of the challenges. The second theme, which is about liberation history, it is also part of what we do at school. I should have explained myself, but because I saw that after lunch, the program is about my work, I didn't do that. This is because at the school itself, we have a theme that we teach, a focus area, which is about the publication of the Road to Democracy in South Africa. What is the Road to Democracy in South Africa? All those books that you see over them, it's about 4 volumes. This is about the fact that as an oppressed people, we have to write our own history. Because for about 350 years, our oppressors have been the ones who were writing our history. They even have a nerve that the reason why your children cannot read about our history at school, it's because there's no content. There's nothing available. But we would like to offer the opposite. We have been doing that since the year 2000. And I have been the one who is responsible for such a history. So that is what I'm doing at the Thabo Mbeki School. I'm in charge with that project which deals with our past. And we should have done more. I think it's a disgrace in terms of, you know, we should have done more in terms of who we are as the oppressed majority in South Africa. But I think whatever we've done so far, we've hardly scratched the surface. We've hardly scratched the surface, but we'll talk about those issues afterwards. But Prof. Lekgoathi's presentation is about that and using a case study in terms of available archives and sources that will explain how do you go about doing such research. So he'll explain to you as soon as you come. And then Prof. Zondi is representing us in as far as the fact that we do have an international journal that is published within the school. He'll be explaining himself because he's the editor of that journal, because we expect some of you colleagues to be ones who are going to submit your papers in our journal. And probably some of you do know our journal. If you don't, he'll be the one who's also going to explain to you. And also the journal is published by Unisa Press. So I would also like now to stop talking a lot and call the program director so that Prof. Sekibakiba is here, because we hope that whilst he's still presenting, Prof. Motsemme will arrive, because she has just called me and she had told me that she sorted out the puncture issue. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think as a program director, I get excited when people use less the time allocated to them than using more time allocated to them. So I'm thrilled. You'll recall that I said I'll be the program director. Now, if you look at the program as provided, you'll see that Prof. Motsemme was the one who was supposed to start, but given the circumstances beyond our control, we will start with Professor Sekibakiba Lekgoathi. And just a few notes about him and what qualifies him to be the one who speaks to us on the topic of doing archival research on liberation struggle. Prof. Lekgoathi has been with Wits University for the last 25 years. 25 years. Teaching history. Wow, 25 years. He obtained his doctorate from University of Minnesota some years back. I won't betray his age. From what I've been reading, I know that he's a widely published scholar on a variety of topics. I've come across his writings on the Southern Ndebele ethnicity. I've seen a lot of his works on ANC radio freedom. I've seen some of the articles on knowledge production, relationship between anthropologists and black research assistants. I don't know if, with regard to that, he has read some of Chimafetch's seminal works in anthropology, but I suppose he has done that. I know that he has also written, co-edited a seminal work on guerrilla radios in Southern Africa, subtitled Broadcasters, Technology, Propaganda Wars. Here it is for those who are interested to follow the propaganda wars during the liberation struggle and how we won the struggle. I always make the argument that the way we ended up with 1994 is that through the radio freedom and all other radios of the liberation movement, we actually won the propaganda war, not necessarily the military war. And through that, that's how we ended up in 19. So I think looking at that work is very important. I think lastly, I've seen a number of his chapters in the South African Democracy Education Trust, a book, The Road to Democracy in South Africa. It's a multi-volume series. I hope during the, intervening periods we'll be able to go and have a look. Those books are not there just for decoration. They are meant to be read, and then in future we hope you will be also making contributions, and that's the reason why we are here. With that, Prof. Lekgoathi, it's your moment, and it's the moment we have been waiting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thabo, for those generous comments in the introduction, in introducing me here. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for the invitation to this very important seminar. My presentation, where is it? Oh, there we go, yeah. So my presentation is on doing archival research on the liberation struggle in South Africa, and I'm using the ANC's Radio Freedom and African Solidarity as a case study. So the focus basically here is about sharing snippets of information that I've personally gathered from the archives, and I'm talking here about both sound and documentary archives, of course, and I'll provide you with the details of where those archives are later on. These are the archives that actually tell us something about the history of the ANC's Radio Freedom and the support given to this radio by the international community, especially the independent African states, Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, Madagascar, and Ethiopia. But of course, the support for the ANC radio actually extended to the Eastern Bloc. The Soviet Union was one of the major supporters. Some countries in the West also provided some support, particularly the Netherlands and other areas. And then I'm also going to look at the impact that Radio Freedom had on political mobilization inside apartheid South Africa. I think we are on the second slide. I don't know how this thing works. So I've been pressing and pressing and nothing is happening. Perhaps you could actually direct it from that side, and I will just tell you to move on to the next slide. So we should now be on the second slide. Can we move to the second slide, please? Okay.
Yeah, just move yours.
Yeah. All right.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, mine can move.
Okay,
Yeah.
move
Yeah.
yours.
Okay, but it would be nice because I do have some audio that I want to play. Okay. All right, I'll just continue. Hopefully the technical side of things will be sorted as we are proceeding. So what is the rationale really for doing this work? I'm now on the third slide. Should I try? No? Yes. Okay, I've already covered this slide about the focus, right? So I need to move on to the next slide, which is really about the rationale for contributing knowledge on Radio Freedom. Firstly, Despite some scholarly attention on the history of the liberation movement and international solidarity against apartheid, the role of radio remains usually neglected. The role of radio as a medium of communication in the liberation struggle has been neglected. Radio features in the literature, especially the literature that exploded after 1994, in the form of books, articles, in the form of monographs, memoirs, autobiographies and biographies by the leaders and foot soldiers of the liberation struggle. A lot of this literature actually comments on radio, but there was never really any concerted effort to look at the history of radio as a separate subject. And this is where my work actually started. Secondly, the lack of knowledge about the specificities of the road traveled towards political liberation and democracy tend to distort our historical understanding. Without the history of the liberation struggle in general, it becomes very difficult to understand how 1994 came. How it is that we had in 1994, the ANC actually come into power. If you just follow the literature that exists, particularly what is being taught in the schools, it becomes very difficult to understand how the ANC came to power. And that is because in the schools, for example, there's no history of the liberation struggle. And yet this is something that is very important and it needs to be taught. Because unless you do that, then we're going to continue to have this distorted understanding of the road that we have traveled to where we are here today. Thirdly, our ignorance of the role played by the international community in general and some African countries in particular in fighting against apartheid tends to fuel lack of empathy and Afrophobia. If we don't know what Africa did or which parts of Africa, because not all of Africa was supportive of the liberation struggle, then we continue to not really understand, and there will continue to be this Afrophobia that we are facing. We call it xenophobia, but of course, it's the phobia directed specifically at Africans coming from outside of South Africa. And finally, the production of knowledge on the role played by different African countries in the fight against apartheid could assist in mitigating the mistrust and enhancing understanding and empathy across the continent. Moving on to the next slide. We need to move to the next slide. I'm not sure if it's me moving it or them, but is it the battery? Is it possible to move it that side? Because I want now to look at the literature, just to position ourselves in terms of the literature where it actually is. I've already made a point about the explosion of literature on the liberation struggle after 1994. So I'll not say much about it, and I've already indicated also that there was very little work on media and the liberation movements, and particularly on radio. So radio has been a very popular medium of communication in Africa since the 1950s. And yet it was only from the 1990s onwards that radio began to receive serious scholarly attention, especially from historians. Before this time, radio was only really the prerogative of media scholars, and historians shied away from it. The earliest works actually looked at larger issues of political economy and the use of radio by political elites, and neglected issues of human agency and the dominance of media. Here, media scholars actually dominated in the field. And then when you look at the global context, historical literature on radio propaganda is increasing. Even now, it is actually increasing. Looking at the major propaganda stations of the Cold War era, such as Radio Moscow, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, Radio Peking, and so forth. In Africa, some scholars have explored Radio Cairo, Radio Tanzania, Radio Lusaka, and others as leading anti-colonial radios that also served as conduits for of the liberation movement's propaganda. You know, through these radios, Radio Cairo, Radio Algiers, and others. The propaganda of the liberation radios in Southern Africa, including South Africa, of course, got to be, propagated on the airwaves across the borders into South Africa. Now, later works on radio in Africa explored creation of communities and publics. Now, this book also included, for our purposes here, it included an essay by Stephen Davis, an American historian, who wrote an article on radio freedom, or rather an essay on radio freedom, and the relationship between the ANC and the SACP. It was actually this article that provoked me Africa was very important in terms of supporting the liberation struggle in general and radio freedom in particular. So, and then lastly, of course, there's a solitary chapter on the voice of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. This is a chapter that almost never happened. But of course, in the very last minute, we found someone who actually argued very strongly that PAC also had a radio. And that chapter was included in the book. And it really gave this volume some weight, a real depth and substance. So that's what we actually contributed in terms of this book, Guerrilla Radios in Southern Africa. The next slide, if you can move on to the next slide. So we are now working on radio and decolonization in Africa, again through support from the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, which gave us some funds in 2023. We were able to organize 2 workshops. Again, we're bringing scholars from the rest of the African continent. So in this, and this is a sequel to Guerrilla Radios. It's obviously, culminating, it's going to culminate in the production of another book. This time, after looking at Guerrilla Radios in Southern Africa, now we are going continental. We are looking at the whole continent. So there are contributions in the current volume from South Africa. Of course, we've got quite a number of chapters, if I'm not mistaken, about 5 or so. We've got a chapter on Mozambique. We've got a couple of chapters, about 3 or so from Zimbabwe. We've got, most importantly, a contribution from Ghana, which looks at the support that Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana actually provided to the liberation struggle, and the kind of broadcasting that were pro the liberation struggles in Southern Africa. There's a chapter on Cameroon, another one on Kenya, and there's also a chapter on Uganda. Most importantly, there's a chapter on Algeria as well, a scholar that is actually looking at Algeria. And of course, Algeria was one of the major supporters of the liberation struggle. We are also including contributions from Russia and France. So this book will probably be published in 2026 by Verse Press. We are still working on that publication. Some authors have already completed their contributions. We are still working on the proposal, but you know, this is a growing field. And I think we have made our mark in this area. Now, I want to now hone in on how I've actually been doing my own work. Having given you this broad perspective, how have I been doing my own work? So, in terms of sources, and this is the next slide. The next slide looks at different sources. You know, my work actually draws on oral interviews with Radio Freedom broadcasters, or rather, let me say, former Radio Freedom broadcasters and listeners. This is a radio that was listened to quite extensively within the country, particularly among, freedom fighters, among comrades. A lot of comrades actually listen to Radio Freedom. So I've done quite an extensive number of interviews with people who listen to Radio Freedom. I've been fortunate to come across former Radio Freedom broadcasters who have also shared very valuable information. But most importantly, I've been able to find documentary sources, that is written sources from the archives, as well as the sound archives. And I hope I'll be able to play some of this sound. Most importantly, I've used the University of Fort Hare's Liberation Archives. This is where, the material on the liberation struggle, the liberation movement's materials, this is where the archives is actually located. Now, it's not just, contrary to popular perception that this is the ANC's archive. This archives contains materials on all the liberation movements in South Africa. Although the bulk of the material, perhaps more than 70%, if not more, is actually on the ANC, right? Well, maybe that says something about the level of organization and presence of this organization, in various countries, because the archive is actually made out of the missions. The liberation struggle, when it went into exile, it established missions in different countries. You had a mission in London. So in the archive, there's a collection of material called the London Mission. Then you've got the Tanzania mission, you've got the Madagascar mission, you've got the Ethiopia mission, and so forth and so forth. Not to mention, the collections of various individual leaders, such as O.R. Tambo. So there's the O.R. Tambo collection as well. So I've been able to comb through these various collections for information about Radio Freedom, and I found really very fascinating information, including fragments of, fragments of the, what do you call them? The broadcast scripts. Fragments of the broadcast scripts were also found there. Letters written to various leaders of African countries seeking support. For example, the letter that O.R. Tambo actually wrote to Mengistu in Ethiopia, seeking support for Radio Freedom, the establishment of Radio Freedom. The letter, which was dated 1979, and of course by 1981, Radio Freedom was actually broadcasting from Ethiopia, thanks to this relationship that the liberation movement had with various African countries. In terms of the arguments, of course, I'm making these arguments, firstly, that archives, both sonic and written, are important repositories of knowledge and information without which we would not be able to fully reconstruct the history of the liberation struggle, especially of the ANC's Radio Freedom. Secondly, the sound or audio archives are a key resource that give us a sense of the acoustics, the sound, how Radio Freedom actually sounded like, how the broadcast actually sounded like, of the techniques used by the broadcasters to capture the imagination of the listeners. The broadcasters included the voices of political leaders and intentionally used certain sound effects to trigger certain responses from the listeners and supporters of the liberation movement. I want to skip some of these arguments so that I can at least get to the audio. Next slide really speaks to the repatriation of the remains of exiled South African freedom fighters. This is something that happened last year in September, where we saw the returning of the mortal remains of 42 fallen South African liberation fighters buried in Zambia and Zimbabwe. It was really an act of honoring the memories and of the sacrifices made by ordinary South Africans during the struggle against apartheid. Now, one of those, if we could move on to the next slide, one of those fighters was Duma Nokwe. Now, Nokwe actually died in 1978 in Lusaka, and a funeral service was actually held in Lusaka. And it was broadcast on Radio Freedom. Now, what do we know about Duma Nokwe? He was one of the leaders of the ANC, right? He was the Secretary General of both the ANC and the ANC Youth League. Now, I want to play an extract from a Radio Freedom broadcast, which speaks very briefly about this funeral. It will just be a short snippet. So if we could play that snippet, it's Alexander Gray Zulu, who was the Secretary General of UNIP in Zambia, actually speaking on behalf of KK, because KK was outside, he was not in the country at the time. So, you know, Zulu was there to actually represent him. So can we just click on that thing so that it can play? Yes.
Good evening, comrades, fellow countrymen, and dear listeners. This is Tanisha Balala bringing you tonight's program on Radio Freedom. Instead of our usual Monday night feature, The Worker, Radio Freedom will devote the next 30 minutes to the memory of our late comrade, friend, leader, father, and spirit of our time, Comrade Duma Nokwe. At the funeral service, which was held in Lusaka, Zambia yesterday, the world paid tribute to and gave Comrade Duma his last flowers. The Secretary General of the United Independence Party and Government of the Republic of Zambia, His Honor Mr. Gray Zulu, was also present. Speaking on behalf of His Excellency President Kenneth Kaunda, on behalf of the Party and Government of Zambia, and also on behalf of the people of Zambia, Mr. Gray Zulu honored our fallen soldier, Comrade Duma Nokwe, this way.
We are gathered here to pay our last respect to a gallant son of Africa. His Excellency the President, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, would have wished to be with us this morning, but because of other duties, she is not in the capital. However, he sent me and my colleagues to
Okay, so time is not on my side, so I'm going to move on to another, if we can move to the next, let's move further, let's move again, let's move again. Yes, let's move. No, it's not. It's not the last. Let's play this one rather. Yeah, just click on it. This is O.R. Tambo's address on Radio Freedom in Lusaka regarding the Botha government's declaration of the state of emergency. So let's hear very briefly. Now this is in Lusaka, right? One of the broadcasters, Golden Leswiswi. I think that should suffice, with your permission, Thabo. I have enormous respect for you. I know you can chop off my head if you want, but I hope you don't do that. Let me just get to the very conclusion of this presentation. So, in an address to an international solidarity conference held in Johannesburg in 1993. On the 19th of February 1993, O.R. Tambo, in a speech to this conference, it's an international solidarity conference, he said, and I quote, it's just a short excerpt from that presentation that he gave. He said, "When we needed to fight with arms in hand, there were few countries, even in Africa, which had the possibility to extend assistance to us. And yet, because apartheid is truly evil, and because there are men and women of conscience, such as you who are gathered here, who would not connive at the perpetration of a crime by refusing to act against it, the anti-apartheid movement grew into perhaps the strongest international solidarity movement of this century, bringing together citizens of all countries, governments, and international organizations." So in short, he's just acknowledging and giving thanks for the support that the international community actually gave to the liberation movement in South Africa. So to conclude then, the process of producing knowledge on the history of the liberation movements is a complex undertaking. It is complicated by the fact that the liberation movements were banned and spent over 30 years in exile, during which time it was illegal inside the country to be found in possession of the literature on the banned organization. Therefore, operatives could not keep written records of their activities, for example, minutes of meetings. That's one of the difficulties that you confront, that people don't have written records. It's one of the major problems. Secondly, in exile, the ANC operated legally from multiple locations and had various missions and managed to preserve some of its records. Upon its unbanning in 1990, the process of shipping its archives, that is the sound, the film, and the written documents from these different locations commenced in earnest. While the bulk of the written material has been deposited at Liberation Archives at Fort Hare, and most of the sound collection is at Maibuye Center at UWC, there are still gaps here and there. And this is where oral history actually comes in, right? You use oral history to really flesh out what you find in the archives. So both the sound and written archival materials gives us a deeper appreciation of the guerrilla radio's messages and the sound of the guerrilla broadcasters' voices. You really get the sound. You really get to hear what Radio Freedom sounded like, what Golden Neswiswi actually sounded like, and many other, freedom fighters, particularly the broadcasters, right? The sound of Radio Freedom had a huge impact on the listeners and supporters of the ANC inside South Africa and internationally. However, and that's my last point, for one to give a composite portrait of the workings of Radio Freedom, both written and archival materials need to be supplemented with oral interviews with guerrilla broadcasters and listeners who were in the trenches fighting apartheid. Thank you very much.
Wow. I'm sure there are a number of questions, comments that you like to make, but we are going to peg that until all of our three presenters make their presentations, and we can have a composite engagement of what they would have done. Let me try to introduce somebody, and I'll take the liberty to say he's a rascal of some sort, because I asked for bios, and he's the only one who didn't give me his bio. So it's okay. So I'm going to make my own bio for him. Professor Siphamandla Zondi, he's head of the Institute for the Pan-African Thought and Conversation at University of Johannesburg. And can you say it? It's okay. He's formerly a director with the Institute for Global Dialogue. He has been head of political science at University of Pretoria, and some years back he worked at the Africa Institute. Professor Zondi has co-edited and authored more than 10 books covering a wide range of areas. You can find many of his articles in various journals. But part of the reason why he's here and the relevance of him presenting on the topic, writing peer-reviewed articles for academic journals, is because of his experience He is the editor of the TM School Journal, International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He is editor-in-chief of the African Journal of Political Science. He is a founding editor of the BRICS Journal. I think with that,
it reads like an obituary now. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Are you okay? I am very okay as well. Thank you very much. You know, as I was sitting there, and then they've given us a copy of this journal, the journal I have a privilege of editing now. It was edited at that time by Professor Shadrach Guto, and this is a 6th volume in 2011, and number 9, and number 1, the edition number 1. And then my attention is drawn to an article titled Remembering Ways of Knowing and Learning While Learning Otherwise by Shelley Mugale. Shelley Mugale writes about remembering my ways of knowing and remembering my ways of knowing while learning otherwise. It's a title that want you to read and say, what is it about? She says she wants to deal with 4 questions. The first question is, that is in the introduction, can a writer reflect aloud? Can a writer reflect loud? Especially about African knowledge. Can a writer reflect loud? That is one. The second one, why do Africans keep audibly silent about the knowledge they have? It doesn't say, she doesn't say, why do they keep silent? It says, why do they keep audibly silent? Their silence can be heard. Their silence can be heard. The third one is the writer's African knowledge of value in this environment where knowledge is dominated by the West. And then she then says, the last question that confronts her is whether Western knowledge is relevant to her as a nursing scholar who is trying to understand the nursing practices, dealing with the reality of the situations in an area called Gampahlele in Limpopo. Confronting herself with real estate question, can an African reflect loud? I don't know what your answer is. Can we reflect loud? Are we able? Are we capable? Because this one says can. It doesn't say do we. But it says, are we able to do that? Then it says, why is our silence so audibly present, evident? Why do we have audible silence about what we know? And then, of course, is Western knowledge relevant to you? Is Western knowledge relevant to you? To you? Is it relevant to you? Yes? No? Both ways? Unsure. Is it relevant to you? Oh, no. Oh, no, that's a very interesting question. Now, she is saying that I know that I'm a granddaughter of Sikukuni and my umbilical cord was buried in Gampahlele. It was a painful question for me to ask, can I reflect aloud? As I was to succumb to the pain of embracing Western knowledge, which still to some extent perpetuate colonization and segregation in my country, even after decades of democracy. I became restless as I realized that I was on just a conveyor belt, a transmission line of Western nursing knowledge to a people that were unsuspecting. So I felt that she was an askari. You know an askari? A sellout, a double agent. Felt that he was askari on behalf of Western knowledge. because she was now forced to forget the knowledge that her grandmother taught her. I start with this because I think it says something very interesting about what we are doing when we are writing. Maybe allow me just to say one or two, quote a few things that she says in her conclusions. The first one is, the first one is, sorry about that. No effort is made to transform raw data and findings in collaboration with African informants as equal participants in the intellectual enterprise. Indeed, Western scholars and us Westerners researchers use raw data to develop the theories of the West in order to understand ourselves. Therefore, we confirm what Pauline Huntonji, that African historian and philosopher, says just as African leaders export African gold, titanium, platinum, and import processed goods, we as African scholars use African data to validate Western theory. We teach our students to use African data to show that realism is correct, to show that idealism is correct, to show that social interaction theory is correct, to show that critical Marxist theory is correct. We use African data in order to produce manufactured narratives and knowledges elsewhere. It says, whatever we say about African leaders, we also are ourselves part of the same. I say this because you would have noticed that what Shelley has done here as a PhD student, she did that as a PhD student. She had to write a thesis according to the conventions required by her university. In this time, she was in Canada. And she is writing about Rampathlele, where she comes from. But she's writing it from Canada, where she doesn't come from. And the person supervising them has never been to Rampathlele. But that person has a huge responsibility and authority over what will be authenticated and what will be not authenticated. So that person, by virtue of being a professor, which has a power to invalidate what she already knows, which might not be in the empirical data, but she already knows by virtue of having grown there. She cannot produce the proof for it, but she can tell you that it is in her heart. Now she's battling with a situation that the Alberta University in Canada require empirical knowledge from her, but she already has intuitive knowledge already. And that intuitive knowledge is not the strength of her supervisor. So she's asked to shut it out. It's irrelevant, it's not scientific, it's not provable, it's not valid. She's allowed to shut it out. In order to pass, she has to shut it out. Indeed, in order to pass through this valley of the shadow of empirical death, mental death, you have to shut down what you know already and pretend you are at peace with what you are asked to know. You get what I'm saying? And she has to do that. So she has to do obedience on one side and just do what she's asked to do. Does it? Comes up with a thesis, and the thesis is useless except for future students. Because indeed nobody reads a thesis. A thesis is a useless document because it's an examination document. It's not a knowledge document. And it has to follow a particular order. Whether you come from Australia, or you come from Malawi, or you come from Vanuatu, all your thesis is going to be introduction, methodology, literature review, data and analysis, whatever it is, and conclusion. It's always going to be identical, clone, not original in any way. And because it's required to be done so, so that you can be validated, that you can replicate the knowledge given to you, not the one you have. So we as professors switch over a duty to try and make sure that you cannot think freely, but you must think as taught. And if you don't conform to what I say, I have a tool here in my hand. I determine pass and fail, not on the basis of quality, not on the basis of truthfulness, not on the basis of knowledge or non-knowledge, but on the basis of what is also given to me, that this is knowledge and this is not knowledge. So that is it. So what does she do then? She decides to write a journal article. So that's the first point I make in my PowerPoint, if you can bring it back. The first point I make about how do we do this game is that please do not write on a topic, but write on what you are provoked about. Get it? I write about common mistakes researchers make. It's in the next slide. There. Say, a paper must begin with an idea, not with a topic. A topic is what I've been told to do. It's accepted ideas, it's accepted issues, it's accepted things that are predictable. The person supervising you already knows what you're going to say, but we are going to claim we're going to produce new knowledge. You've got to validate knowledge you already know by virtue of the topic you have chosen. But she has a topic for a thesis because she has to respect you are under authority. She has to oblige, even though she doesn't accept what is being done. She does the topic for the thesis. But for the journal, this journal, she writes an idea that hit her. She writes an idea that looked like not a topic. Because otherwise, how do you explain that someone's topic, I'll read it again, what she called, what the topic, what does she call the topic? What does she call the topic? Remembering the ways of knowing. That doesn't sound like a topic. If you gave a professor now that I want to do research and my topic is remembering ways of it, no, it's not rigorous enough. Where is the location? Derived from Mushi literature. In other words, go ahead and look at what has been said and join the chorus. So she asked a topic that arrived to her, a topic that her spirit found, a topic that her gut found. That knowledge is not required in Western knowledge. You are required to use knowledge that came to the brain by virtue of reading someone else. So you need IQ knowledge, not EQ knowledge, not emotional Q knowledge, not SQ knowledge, which is spiritual knowledge, not other forms of knowledge that we Africans have. They are not allowed. So she writes a topic, and the topic comes from an idea. Instead of what we often see, we can see that somebody just found a topic, and the topic was, what are the causes of Bantu education, and what are the impact? Dead story. We know the answer already. What are the causes of the water challenges in Hammanskraal, and what has the impact on people? We know the causes. It's my government that failed. We know what are you going to discover? And we also know the impact. People fell ill, people died. We know that. Western knowledge wants us to pretend we are producing knowledge in order to protect its knowledge by not producing anything new, but validating what is there. Just add an African name to what is not African. An African proverb says, however long a log of wood stays underwater, it just does not become a crocodile. However much you work on it and call it an African perspective. Of course, if something is not African, you would need to add at the end an African perspective, because it's an African perspective on a thing which is not African. African democracy or African diplomacy views from Africa, which means the thing is not African. You are simply providing the views from Africa on a thing which is not. We do, isn't it? Now it's very common. You say, okay, the life and times of Eskia Mphahlele, an Afrocentric perspective. It's a lie, because Africa can't be centered in what West has already been centered. You're simply just giving us palliatives to reduce the pain of knowing that we are dislocated. You got what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? An African proverb says, borrowed waters won't quench your thirst. So this is what it is. That's the biggest battle, but by the way, my friends, we have. The biggest battle in editing is lack of original ideas. It's this thing of looking at literature and finding a sexy subject, a current subject. Tweak it a little bit. It was written and it was the developmental state and economic development in South Korea. Now you use your topic, developmental state and economic development in South Africa. How is that a new idea? Not a new idea. You simply all been learned what is called conceit in the critique of Western knowledge. Western knowledge knows how to say, I'm going to do something that has already been done. But it gives me a trick of making a topic look like it's new. And even maybe, put the word, new perspective on university life. Get what I'm saying? If something is new, it doesn't have to be called new, because it will be new by experience. Wole Soyinka says, a tiger does not announce its tigritude, it simply pounces. It doesn't go around, I am a tiger, I am a tiger. Once it calls itself a tiger, then it knows it's not a tiger. It's trying to persuade me. So we have a lot of problems that relate to the fact that people are not allowing themselves to have a topic that they work up with, that comes from the depth of them, that comes from within them. Just nice topic, nice to have, because they are current thing. That's one major problem. And for me, that's actually the summary of the whole story. We have a problem of people who have been so colonized. We have been so colonized that we have learned not to listen to our own souls. So we write from outside ourselves. What Pauline Ontonji called that extraversion, to speak from outside ourselves. That is why Achima Feche talk about combative ontology, which is, for me to write properly, I must not write as a scholar, I must write as Siphamandla, and then put my name on it as a scholar. But I write as Siphamandla. Who am I in the writing? Not what variables am I writing about, not which topics am I writing about, which data I'm going to use. Those are secondary questions. The most primary question is, who am I writing as in relation to the thing I'm writing as? Because I don't write from nowhere. I'm not disemboweled. I'm not writing from some empty space. I write because of the experiences I grew up with, the things that pained me, the things that challenged me, the things that offended me, the things that made me wonder, the things that relate to me in relation to the world I am in. Not just the variables out there. It seems to me that a writer must always have an epistemic identity. They must have an identity in relation to what they're doing. And Western knowledge says, let's focus on the knowledge you are producing, and you must be outside it. It calls the term objective, the word called objective, a position that doesn't exist in the world. Because to be objective is to be non-related to the thing you are writing about. To be objective is to have no location, no history, no offense, no biases. To be objective is to have no prior experiences in life, an empty slate. It's impossible. Everybody must try and figure out who they are in relation to what they are writing. And related to that, I think we should free people up from saying I'm a specialist of a topic. And so that, I use an example here, my sister there. I'm a specialist of township studies, especially Soweto. It's impossible. It's nonsensical, actually, in my view. I can't be a specialist of Soweto. I can't really be a specialist of a topic. I am a specialist of an angle on a topic. I am a specialist of how to analyze things. Give me whatever topic, I am consistent in how I analyze. Because if I specialize in a topic, then I'm not needed beyond 5 years, because the topic is tired after 5 years. But it is an angle that I bring to things. So you find that feminist writers have a particular feminist angle to writing. Marxist writers, a particular Marxist angle to writing. Whether they write on water, or they're going tomorrow write on housing, or another thing, they are consistent in the angle. That's what they are good at, in the angle of writing, in the approach to subject. Some people emphasize structures and systems whenever they write about anything. Some people emphasize agency and actors and individuals. That's how they are. It doesn't matter what the topic is. So we need people to have an angle to all of that. Without these two, you have a common problem of vague titles and overly complex wording. Chinua Achebe once said, when he was criticized about writing too simply, then he says, he writes simply because he has something to say. Then he says, when you have nothing to say, you write very complex so that you don't see that you said nothing. You write it in big words and mesmerize us with English. The English you are actually breaking in the process. Because you don't want to hide what you don't want to see. But when you have a knowledge, when you have a message you want to pass across, you don't hide the message you want to put across. We have a problem of unclear introduction, and introduction that doesn't introduce. We have a lot of problems with people who introduce, and introduction, there's no introduction. Because introduction is to say, here is Thabo. And Thabo is going to take us pictures. So that when somebody meets Thabo, they know exactly what Thabo is doing. And then we're writing a paper, but we're not saying what the paper is about. Give us a long introduction, a long context, story, to cover for the fact that we don't know what we are writing about. If you are writing about, you can have a 3-sentence introduction that says, I just want to challenge everybody now about ways of knowing. This article is going to draw from this, that, about this. Then it's clear from where to go what you are writing about. Or deliberate misleading of an editor, which is really bad for us. You promise to write about one thing, and you end up writing about another thing. The only thing common between that, maybe that one word that's common, but basically two different ideas. That's because you also did not know what you were writing about. You were told introduction is the first paragraph in a thing, not what it actually does. And that's a big problem. Another one is failing to justify your choices, including method choices. I'm going to use, or the study used in interviews. Why did you use interviews? Why didn't you interview? Is your knowledge, the one you have already, not sufficient? Are you able to convince? Or you wrote archival work. Why did you use archival work? Why? It's obvious. No, it can't be obvious. Obvious is a dangerous term. Obvious to who? Or you used documentary evidence. Why? Because if you cannot tell us why you used a particular choice, we cannot reason with you on how logical you are about what we are saying, whether we are reasonable about what we are saying. Because many people believe I must just add two data sources and stuff like that. We just think about numbers. I'll use interview plus documentary. If you're using interview plus documentary, why was the first one inadequate that led you to add the second one? And how did the second one resolve the inadequacy of the first one? Or you simply arbitrarily chose two? Oh no, I interviewed 20 people. Why were 2 people not sufficient? Why 20? And why not 21? Or why not 19? Why 20? You know what I'm saying? And so many choices we make. We decided I'm going to use a Marxist theory together with the colonial theory, or I'm going to use social interaction theory together with Afrocentric theory. Why? I say I needed to make sure that I add an African one. Oh, so you accept that other one is colonial. So your view is that the thing to be fair is to put apartheid together with freedom together and mix them. That's your idea of life. Injustice and justice must be put together. That's the way to level things up. Get what I'm saying? So poison and food, you mix it together. That's your way of justice. So certain choices are never justified. Then there's data dumping, the idea that data speaks for itself. Hey, so and so said this, so and so said this, so and so said this, so and so, and I'm like, hey man, who's writing here? You dump us with data because we have not figured out what you want to talk about. It's very common, this one, and mixing a lot of things. I know I'm like almost done now. Non-compliance with the journal style guide. Some people don't even read the journal style guide. They just throw articles at us. And then we'll say we will sort it out. I mean, if it was Harvard style of referencing that was required, you come with APA, then the editors must fix. They can fix it themselves. Conclusions that do not conclude. Conclusions that simply are the last paragraph of a thing, but they are not the conclusion of a thing. A conclusion that does not return us to your argument, to your message. And the conclusion that leaves you outside an article which has your name. You are outside it and with your name. And a conclusion that is long, repeats what we've already read as if we did not hear. You're suggesting that I'm deaf. I didn't hear that you've already made this point, repeating for me. Jeez. Just a summary and all that. Trying to impress with big words and failing to express your message. To impress, I must validate myself from outside. To impress, I must speak that which is inside. It is Achima Feja again in comparative anthology where it says, if you're going to write authentically from where you are, be very truthful to yourself. The international relevance of what you are writing will come by itself. You don't have to make it. You don't have to fake it to make it. You just have to make it. It will be. Actually, if there are people who are not happy with your article, the problem is not you, it's them who are not happy. I agree, it's them who are unhappy. It's them. Not everything I write is for everyone. If I try to write for everyone, I write for no one. There's often a disjuncture between the article and the person writing an article. I know Sekibakiba. I know where he stands on things. I will tell when he writes an article and he's not writing as himself. I find now. It's, when I say somebody tried to outwink us and try to write very well like someone else, maybe they admire, not like themselves. There is no articulation between what they are writing and who they are. Because along the time, people lost their positionality, forgot to reflect like Shelley is doing that. Who am I in relation to this? So that I am not lost in what I'm writing and completely externalize everything. Lastly, key steps. Find a gap, find a point you need to make, then write. If you can't find that, please don't write. Wait until it comes. Maybe it comes in your dream. Maybe it hits you as you went to a seminar. Maybe somebody said something, triggered it. Get triggered, get provoked, then write. Otherwise, you are boring us. Please. Secondly, submit as per guidelines of a journal. Thirdly, after you're submitting, we will do quality check. Part of the quality check I like doing is to understand whether the person is in the article or it's only data in the article, but they are not there. They are not present. Not that. Then we do double-blind reviews. That's why we bring in other people who are also colonized like you and I. So bear with them when they are trying to ask you to be colonial again. They're like, where are the international sources here? Because the word international doesn't mean a thinker from Malawi. It's always going to mean a thinker from Europe. Because international is not us. Bear with them. Comply crudely and all that, but know what you are dealing with. Then it's revisions. You revise, of course, you make sure you do that. But not all comments from reviewers means instruction. They are simply suggestions. You are also a scholar, they are also a scholar. They can get it wrong. But do take their comments seriously and make adjustment or explain why you say, I don't agree with this view. I keep my position. It's okay to do that. Justice to do so. We must do it with reason. And then we resubmit, and then we do the check. And the last one is decision. We take a decision about you are consistent. I favor taking a decision not on whether I like what you wrote, but the fact that what you promised is what you did. And you wrote it very clearly, and it looks like you respect what you did because you proofread it, you took it through spell check, and it reads clearly. I don't care whether your English is sound or not, because I don't even know what is sound English. I was listening to Trump yesterday. He's supposed to be English first language. I didn't hear any sound English there. I heard a lot of sounds in English, but sound English is something else. After that, it goes to proofreading, and that's why it's very painful, where somebody must correct E's and cross the T's on behalf of someone who has already used big words like therefore and nevertheless, but is failing just to cross a T and an I. When people don't take themselves seriously, and then the last stage is publishing. Now, this is the last story. Publishing gets your name out there. Care how you are known, what you are known for, and how you are known. If you bloop it, we will know you as a blooper. It enables you to contribute to the process of building knowledge is, not knowledge. So be comfortable with being different and being unorthodox. Which journal you publish matters. There are very colonial journals, there are less colonial journals. All of them are colonial. Don't say look for one that is not colonial. All of them are, including the one I'm writing. I'm part of the game. I was schooled in it. We're just trying to reduce and improve and all of that. And in South Africa, it's worse. In South Africa, we have professors who have not established journals, who are sending your work to journals that are established by other professors from the West. Actually, in the West, it is senior lecturers who've established many of the journals that we do. And then in our case, we have us, professors in Africa, sending our students to a journal established by a junior in the West. As a result, there's a huge gap. This journal has over 160 submissions since January, but we can only publish 20. Why? Because there's not many journals. Where's the Journal of African Archival Work? Where's the Journal of African Water Studies? There are no journals. We are not establishing journals. Even when it has become easy, it's click, click, click to run a journal. It's a real problem. So where you publish, sadly, you have not many choices. There are very, very few journals. Then you get told about high impact. I don't know what it means. Journals and all that. Sadly, we have very, very few of them. Brutal reviews, mind them. There are some people, by the way, who have their own personal challenges, personal inadequacies, their own real problem. They take it out on you. Don't take it personal. If they say this is rubbish, they mean they themselves are rubbish. Just sympathize with them. Because a true scholar would not seek to kill a young person's confidence if they really just wanted to help. They would criticize an idea but not criticize the person. They don't attack a person. When they do attack you, just understand they are in the midst of problems and they are part of a problem. They have stress of their own. Separate the emotion from what it did. And lastly, journals need reviewers, we need deputy editors. We are really complaining. This journal needs 3 deputy editors. It's very difficult to find deputy editors. Those are the people that you train for editing, but people are not willing because it doesn't attract a subsidy. Capitalism in our scholarship. We no longer do scholarship because it's interesting. We do scholarship because it can earn me some accolades so that I can get promotion, so that I can get a thing. So it's all excessive, individualistic. We are all a little bit of chumps in us and all of that. We need a lot of those. We need editorial assistance. Please volunteer and assist us diversify knowledge. Thank you.
I did point out that I'm a very moody program director, but I was in the right mood to just sit and listen. Colleagues, we will go. I know you have questions. Yeah, I can see Advocate Mantula there wants to raise his hand. Let me remind you, Advocate, you'll ask your questions after the third speaker. Just pack them, just pack them. Colleagues, we are going to go to our third presentation on women in research, conducting research on women. Wow. The presentation, of course, will be made by Professor Nthabiseng Motsemme, who's currently director at the Center for Sociological Research and Practice. Wow, sociological research and practice, okay. And also associate professor in the sociology department, I think at the University of Johannesburg. So you are from the same institution. She previously served as academic director at the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, and also as director, postgraduate studies and research capacity development. These are very long descriptors at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I think in terms of her research interest, these include African feminist, humanist, the embodiment theories and methodologies, decolonial and indigenous epistemologies and methodologies. That is hectic. Towards cultures and subjectivities of survival. That is deeply philosophical. I think the area that is, actually yesterday I found quite interesting is your work as editor of Journal of Contemporary African Studies, and also another a journal where you are editorial board member, African Identities. Yeah, and of course the big one, you serve on the Taylor and Francis International Editorial Advisory Board. That is huge. They don't come that huge. So I think with that, you are welcome to indulge us.
It's always lovely to be at Unisa. I'm seeing some familiar faces, and I'm walking around because that's where I'm going to, I draw my inspiration energy. Thank you to the program director, Professor Tebogo Lebareng. Thank you to Professor Sifiso Ndlovu, Director of Research at Thabo Mbeki School. And of course, all of you who've actually taken time out this morning. It's busy time. I know people have really busy schedules as well. So it's wonderful to see you all. I'm feeling a little bit nervous after Professor Zondi, Siphamandla Zondi, and whether I'm going to tick the boxes that he has spoken about. But he actually gave me quite a wonderful framework and background because Professor Zondi, you will see that these questions of positionality, questions of epistemic identity, questions of what I would have called before, just his intervention, what I would have called alternative knowledges, what I would have called a wider framework of understanding knowledges. I'm actually going to rather use Professor Yowemi's framing that we are actually unearthing subjugated knowledges. They are there. We are just, as particularly women scholars, African women scholars in the university, in the academy, we are unearthing what is already there. I'm not quite sure whether my PowerPoint is. So this is what I'm going to be talking to. So what I thought I would do, the theme that you have there in the program, I think says something like women in research, conducting research on women. And I thought I'd just divide it into sort of two interventions with some provocations, and talk a little bit about women in research in institutions, and then talk about my own experiences as a woman scholar, my journey through my PhD, some of the research that I'm now also interested in, and that journey that I've taken. So a woman scholar doing research on women as well. But at the end of the day, the woman scholar, right, who's in an institution called, a colonial institution called a university, and who does research on women, particularly in her own community. One cannot divide me into these different identities, as we very well know, through, intersectionality, research that comes from African and women's theorizations. You can't, I'm not these bits and pieces. These are all integrated in me. But for purposes of this morning, I'm going to just talk to these two and divide them. You can go to the next slide. Can I have I can do it myself. So these are two of some of my favorite quotes. One is from Professor Silva Tamale, Ugandan feminist legal scholar, and she wrote a book which I'm reading a lot these days called Decolonization and Afrofeminism. There she is there in the corner, and she talks about it would be ironic to challenge one form of domination while unintentionally refiring other forms of oppression. So this idea of being very aware of a multiplicity and a dynamism and a historical continuum of when we are looking at knowledge production. And then, of course, Audre Lorde, who's also, she's an African-American radical feminist scholar, and she talks about there's no such thing as a single struggle because we do not live single-issue lives. And this is quite relevant in the whole discourse, I think, of gender-based. Everything must be gender-based, right? We have, even in our institutions, mainstreaming gender in governments, and even in our, global institutions. This idea of mainstreaming gender and really pushing the notion of gender without also putting into context other forms of struggle, which of course emerge from class, from sexuality, from location, from all kinds of other forms of inequalities. So I think she reminds in terms of on how we should be thinking through knowledge production itself, particularly as women scholars who research women, who often, because of donors, we are compelled to look at just the gendered effects of something, right? A preconceived idea of what research is. So by way of introduction, I think you are all aware of the existence of international, regional, and institutional policies which guarantee the rights of all humans, regardless of sex, gender, class, race, nationality, etc. We have the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Convention of the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. We have the Kampala Declaration, which speaks against inequalities based on gender, nationality, sexuality, etc., in our African universities. And of course, we have our own educational policies, particularly of the day, these trickle down to the university level, to the level of a department, to the level of the individual. So we've seen this move, and we need to be quite aware, you know, as scholars, that this is happening as well, and how it shapes knowledge production. But generally, in as far, I mean, we can say in as far as laws, policies, and plans are concerned, I think women, you know, it appears that women are well represented. Women are, all these paper, in all of these policy documents, there'll be a section on gender, remember? Single issue, right? There'll be an issue on gender as well. So it seems that, you know, there are progressive legislative frameworks. So the question is, why is it women in research? And remember, as I said, I'm going to just do the talk in sort of two sections. One, a bit broader, more looking at sort of the structural, broader issues that shape women in universities and their abilities to navigate institutions. And then just talk about myself, bring it more to a more personal, subjective level. So, you know, there have been several studies, conferences, and seminars looking at the challenges women face, the underrepresentation of women, especially at higher levels in the academy. And of course, most of them will point to structural factors, as well as to the invisible ideological factors which operate beneath the surface of institution, which makes them, of course, more difficult to identify. And these are the ones I'm more interested in. I'm more interested in us naming these ideological factors that are operating in institutions, these invisible factors that shape sometimes, you know, the feelings of alienation for women who are in the academy, their subjective experiences of exclusion and silent, you know, not marked, not because someone will flash the policy and say, no, we're not like that. The policy, of course, when we are sticking to policy, but when you see these ideological mechanisms and invisible factors at work, and most importantly, name them, then you're able to have, I think, a much broader framework of actually women in the university, in the academy. So some structural factors that are, of course, you're all familiar with, which include policies, institutional practices, and planning processes, are the ones that most researchers who look at women in research tend to focus on, right? It's these structural factors. But, and we can see this in sort of, you know, inequitable, sometimes lack of gender-specific policies being integrated into university transformation policies. We can see them in the relevant curriculums, teaching and learning curriculums which are silent on questions of gender, of women's perspectives. We see it in gender-based remuneration for academics in some parts of the continent, as well, poor infrastructure, and weak safety planning in institutions. So a number of structural and planning issues there. But those who have isolated the hidden, and it's mostly, I think many of you, you actually have a brilliant book that was written recently, one of the more recent books on decolonizing higher education, and there were some focuses on the experiences of particularly African women scholars there, edited by Professor Grace Kuno, who is here at Unisa. And that book actually has there's what I like to call, a number of women, a legacy of women who've actually been writing about the experiences of women. Zinema Kubane edited a book with some colleagues many years ago, more than 15 years ago, and there have been other publications. And so that field is actually, I'm quite excited to see it grow, where you have actually African women scholars who are writing about African experiences within the university and pointing us to, very specific kinds of ideologies that need to be, and institutional cultures that need to be investigated. So a lot of it, in terms of these hidden ideological and invisible invisibilities that operate in the universities, women have pointed out to the issue of very colonial, very Western-centric, cultures in universities, very masculine, as well, cultures, including authoritarianism as well as a feature as well. And so they argue that it's a combination of these structural and ideological and these invisible factors that actually together create the conditions where women feel these exclusions, these alienation, and this not being able to really progress and navigate the university well. And so what I wanted to just focus on just briefly is really what these ideological cultures do, these ideological framings with universities and these authoritarian and masculine cultures produce at the end of the day. And what you have from, particularly, I showed you that slide of what is happening with the policies, the policy imperatives, which are moving more and more towards efficiency, internationalization, is we're slowly seeing an erosion of a subject who is raised, a subject who is gendered, and a subject, and producing what maybe, so the historians will help you, I don't know whether it's a non-historical or an ahistorical subject. And in fact, my argument, I argue further that what universities in fact are producing is a subject who's actually a male ahistorical figure. And we see this through the conceptions of time, how universities concept and do not gender time, and all of these things. So with these privileging, with these ideological, the things that we cannot see or touch, right? These ideological anchorings of universities, which continue to privilege Western-centric, masculine experiences, and therefore reinforce what I call an androcentric language of academy. So everything is about quantity, everything is about productivity, everything is about efficiency, rationality, and what you have there is just a reproduction of a marginalization of voices, particularly women's voices in the academy. And I think with the bureaucratization and the commercialization of our institutions, right? I think this process is happening at an extremely accelerating rate. I think this silencing and marginalization is perhaps, I could say that it's at a crisis level. So as I mentioned, you have these in everyday life for women. They have to maneuver and navigate themselves within these very contradictory, very paradoxical environment where laws and policies are all for them. There's equity laws, and as one theorist said, Professor Alexandra calls it, she says, you count it till you don't count any longer. There's so much counting of women till you do not count any longer. the persistence of these cultures. There's now what I call new complexities that emerge. Given that context, there are new complexities of finding voice, particularly for those who are deemed as, in the periphery. This could be disabled academics, women academics, transgendered academics, etc. And the question is, how then do people, shift, handle these shifting, complex terrains? So one of the things I just want to then just quickly, as I move away from the section of women in research, I believe you're going to have access to some of what we're presenting today, so I'm not going to go in detail. But I want to point out perhaps a few things that for me have been empowering, have been enabling to navigate these complex terrains, as I say, which are still shaped by very particular kinds of ideologies and specific forms of exclusions for women. One is that at decolonial, I want to talk to the question of epistemic identity. I think an epistemic identity, thanks for that, Prof. Zondi, has been critical. So having adopting an epistemic identity of a decolonial indigenous womanist scholar and consciousness. So internalizing that epistemic identity of a decolonial indigenous African womanist scholar has really impacted, I think, on my ability to have insight and resilience to better understand and navigate what have often have our exclusionary and harsh environment. This critical consciousness has also transformed the quality of my scholarly work, the perspectives of my scholarly work. And this is what it's taught me, having that epistemic identity. And not only having that identity as a resource or as something that's almost commodified, no, internalizing it into a consciousness. And what we mean by that, we mean having that internalization of thought, of theory, of whatever ideas into action, where there's action that actually transforms your environment. So one of the things I would say about a decolonial indigenous womanist consciousness as a tool to navigate is that it has helped me to position myself and my scholarship in the university so that I'm better prepared for the blows that come. I'm able to see the minefields with my third perspective. So a decolonial indigenous womanist perspective allows you to see things that others cannot see. The hidden ideologies at work, the hidden invisible power structures that are operating at a level that are not working. So you are better equipped to be able to navigate. One critical, and again, Professor Zondo spoke about this, a critical issue is this idea of surfacing subjugated knowledges. This idea of an expansion of what knowledge is, right? So in terms of when you look at these epistemologies, these decolonial, indigenous, African, womanist perspectives, epistemology, knowledge systems, ways of knowledge, believe that knowledge is situated. Knowledge has a place and a context from which it is produced. So we have a much broader view of what are legitimate forms of knowledge. In addition to abstract, what we call book knowledge, right? For us, we also include knowledges of the blood, body knowledges, survival wisdom, moral wisdom. Survival wisdom being the knowledge that is based on lived experience, that involves the convergence of analysis and emotions and tacit knowledge. blood knowledge, knowledge that is in our gut knowledge, those gut feelings, that intuition, that emotion, those hunches. We are very well aware that if we are going to navigate these institutions, merely relying on abstract knowledge will never be sufficient to survive. So armed with this broader sense of what is knowledge, as women scholar, you know the danger. We engage in what we call a combat stance. A combat stance is a stance that is sort of, is like this. But you're doing this mentally because it's a consciousness, right? So a combat stance, you can see what's coming here, but you also can see what's behind you. You use your third eye, right? It's a different notion of, it's a different notion of, it's a different notion of knowledge. We understand that things are not as they appear on the surface, and then we quickly learn to handle the sharp end of the sword to act against these authoritarian and dominant, androcentric dominant cultures. We also understand that through this decolonial indigenous womanist consciousness, as an African woman, we're able to then configure these hidden institutional ideologies and knowledges, and also understand the gendered notion of time. We understand that this lack of gendering time in our institutions can undermine our advancement while giving advantage to men. So armed with these lenses, we point at how the incompatibility of academic career paths with women's reproductive cycles, which results in their long absences from academia. They say this absence, women who use this eye, this third eye, this way of understanding, this consciousness, we understand that it is often not only about, it affects young women's resumes by reducing opportunities for research and networking because of their carrying and reproductive responsibilities. But also what it does is that it removes competition for young men, increasing their opportunities and careers. So this idea is that what we then surface is an ideological construct of a particular academic that actually the university shapes itself around, which is the ideal academic is a productive academic who is male, because these things are not taken into account. I was very surprised that we just recently in Ghana, I was so happy to see within the campus, there was a daycare center within the campus. I know Unisa has one. I worked here many years ago, and I used to take my young children to one of the daycares. It was a little bit far, but it was still, but this is still an anomaly in South African institution. The idea of reconciling women's reproductive, labor with the academy itself. Let me then just send, how my 5 minutes? I don't even have that 5 minutes. I have more. Oh, one second.
Yeah, you have more, but I encourage that you, so that we open more space for questions.
All right, I'm rushing along because as I said, I've got two components. So but maybe let me also then, having spoken about this kind of gendered notion of time, which are universities, which is something that is an ideological construct that shows you at the heart of actually who is the ideal academic, right? Is that also furthermore, in addition to this reduction of women's, rather, research time is often also reduced by the extension of their caring responsibilities when they function as student support, right? So women will extend their traditional caring roles, and unfortunately for women caught up in this situation, academia does not recognize or reward, or recognizes rather and rewards those who publish and secure grants. So what you find, this is a personal experience of mine, and I'd love to hear some of the women academics if they have similar experiences. I find that, thank you. Yes, it's shaking everything. Thank you. It was actually Bishala. I find that a lot of students, you become the mother. You become a mother professor. So those who have problems, who are hungry, who are, having issues around accommodation, etc., will come to you as the African woman professor or scholar. So our caring roles are further extended. So in addition, women are in addition to this, so layer all of these layers, right? Child bearing responsibility, which the university often doesn't center into its planning or its idea, its notion of an academic woman's reproductive cycles. In addition, layer the sort of caring roles that we take up, either intentionally or unintentionally, they come to us. Add the other layer that furthermore, in addition to a demanding academic life, academic women are responsible for child bearing, rearing, cooking, and often household chores or their supervision. Male partners really participate in these, and of course, we so appreciate those of you who do. We really appreciate those of you who do. However, when women's and men's academic outputs and competences are compared to each other, all these layers are not taken into account. So you have what I call a masculine bias forms of achievement and our privilege. And often in institution, what may happen is that women end up being portrayed as problematic, have to fetch the children, have to go for maternity leave, have to, do all of this. Sometimes it can go as far as, not that they're not competent for the job, and therefore they need some fixing, some repairing in some way. And it's not the institution themselves that are the issue and that need changing. And they need their ideological assumptions to be challenged. This comes from the work of Professor Adora Hoppers, who was here for a long time. Of course, we have pointed that that these whole experiences of women in the academy are part of a much broader process of society, of family, of culture, etc., as well. We also understand that when you are not, for women who are not in power, a woman who are, I'm in a department, we are 18 of us, we are 2 African women academics in the entire department. When you are not in power, as in the position of most African women academics, you quickly learn that there's no such thing as free speech, even when everybody out there tells you there is. After all, through our lived experience, we have seen our colleagues, we've seen the serious consequences that our colleagues have been subjected to by the dominant power structures, from a very slow kind of exclusion to expulsion, sometimes even dismissal. That is, when you have been pushed from the center to the margins, you quickly learn the costs involved in freely exercising one's tongue. And that is why at times you will find African women scholars speaking with forked tongue, speaking in tongues. Have to listen very carefully what we are saying. We often remain silent because African women often remain silent because we have accepted the fact that we remain silent because we have accepted our status as vixen cannot be further from the truth. This view fails to recognize that choosing to speak, especially words that challenge the status quo, the way things are, happens within hierarchies of power and privilege where some speech is more equal than others. That is, our ability to be heard as women in these institutions, not merely about putting forward our demands and truths of our situations, but it also relies on other factors. Factors such as your will to speak, your social standing, and your power in that institution. So this consciousness, this decolonial indigenous womanist consciousness allows us to understand that when we speak, right, especially challenging speak, we are also posing a threat to existing power structures. And you can expect a response. For experience has taught us that challenging power is really kindly received. And this is the case everywhere. And so when we speak a chosen speech. We're very particular about when we speak, how we speak, because we understand that power is not monolithic. Power is layered in the institution. Let me move then to part 2. Can't see now. Women doing research on women. All right, I'm gonna shift gear. So this, I just wanted to talk to the sort of broader institutional structures, particularly the hidden ideological anchoring factors that continue to operate, as well as some of the invisibilities that shape women experiences. So those are some of the things, you know, as women, you can read them through yourself that are up there, that women who research other, you know, who research women in the academy, the working basis that we work from. And the one of the very important one, of course, is realizing that research is not an innocent process, right? And that a lot of there are political and social conditions that shape it. As I've mentioned before, when I was talking about the ideological, this whole notion of Western-centric and Androcentric knowledge systems that are at work. And what Oyewumi has said, that, you know, that we are very aware that we need to be very conscious of examining the concepts that underpin African experiences and the assumptions that are built about about African experiences. A lot of women writers in the academy writing about women or their societies, that is all, by the way, many of them are doing. They are merely examining what are the underpinning concepts and the assumptions. They are challenging those. That's it. And you have a book that comes from, you know, Professor Oyewumi, Idi Ife Amadiyume, who are merely challenging concepts that underpin African experience. We are always on the politics of research radar. Whose research is it? Who owns it? What is it for? What, you know, who benefits from these? These are central questions for someone who is moving within that consciousness, that decolonial, you know, indigenous, womanist consciousness and epistemic frame. You're always aware of the politics of knowledge. Citations, the politics of citation. Who are you citing? What's your lineage? What lineage of scholars are you drawing from, right? Disciplinary thinking is absolutely insufficient. That's very clear from this, you know, many of us who are in this space, in this epistemic idea, who, you know, assume this epistemic identity, we can't work within a specific discipline. So, you know, scholars work from those disciplines as well. And the idea of also, I want to also point to the idea of we're very much, you know, aware of the need to produce alternative methodologies, particularly the production of relational methodologies, right? Which, as we know, are drawing from indigenous methodologies, indigenous knowledge methodologies. So the idea of methodologies that center relationships becomes hugely important to something as basic as when you do your, for example, dissemination of results, right? You go back to the community and you talk to the community, right? Something as basic as that. And of course, the issue of social transformation, which comes from Black feminism. Many of you are familiar with Black feminism will know that this is a very central notion. Interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity. I work with a lot. In my work, I work with art. So this, many of you may know, so Umerisi Banda, she is an artist who uses the trope of Sophie, who is part of a lineage of, I think she's had about 3 generations. She's the first to break from that generational identity of being domestic workers. And what she does with her art, she takes the identity of domestic worker and she turns it on its head, and she celebrates, and she does this amazing art that has just become very political lately as well. She's based in Joburg. Mary's based. She's a global award-winning artist, a young African woman. Ruth Mutau, I use her text. So these, by the way, I don't use them as additives, I use them as text. As much as we all, we say this is a text, for me, these photographs on ordinary people in different townships in Soweto by Ruth Mutau, an African woman photographer who's been doing this for the last 30, 40 years. These are the people that I introduce into my teaching when I teach courses on decoloniality and African feminism, etc. Back to the epistemic framing as well. Like I particularly wanted to flesh some things really for people also as a visual provocation of and a celebration of African women scholars who are doing phenomenal work, particularly in the area of decoloniality, of indigenous knowledge systems, as well as in the area of African feminism and womanism. And she says, this is Professor, she's from Botswana, she's from the University of Botswana. She's written a book called Indigenous Methodologies. And she says, current academic research traditions are based on the culture, history, and philosophies of Euro-Western thought, and are therefore indigenous to the Western academy and its institutions. She introduces the decolonial indigenous research paradigm, which of course, as we all know, centers issues of imperialism, colonialism, coloniality, globalization within. Within, incorporating those within ontologies and epistemologies of knowledge. And so this is what I draw a lot from, when this is merely what I try to do, is really to take into consideration as you shape your epistemic identity, use these theories, use these writers to shape my own voice, by drawing on a conceptual framework that emanates from my own lived experience, the local way in which knowledge is understood and knowledge is produced. So she's very also, I like her work in terms of she's very much about always asking, what's your conceptual basis? We often don't ask that question, particularly when it comes to methodologies. What is the conceptual basis of the methodologies that you're using? Is it decolonial? Is it, indigenous, etc.? And obviously, she's very specific, and her argument is that when we do use indigenous-driven basis of our methodologies, they come up much more richer. They're much more multivocal, multilingual, different languages being put into the fore in different kinds of ways of generating knowledge. Professor Linda Tuana, she's a Mauryan scholar. She wrote one of the most very well book on decolonizing methodologies, and there she talks, of course, about also having a radical compassion in our practices of research. You spoke about somebody who was not drawing from their grandmother, and she talks about, I think many of us can identify with this. Issues I faced as an indigenous researcher working with indigenous research participants were never addressed in the literature. My own research training or the researchers with whom I worked. So I choose to position myself as an indigenous woman. I'm claiming a genealogical, cultural, and a political set of experiences. Simply put, I'm very aware on what intellectual lineage I'm drawing from when I do my research. I'm aware of who I am. There's a lot of questions, complex questions around positionality as an Indigenous scholar, of course, being an insider, the native perspective of many people, and many people actually disregard this perspective. Our work as Indigenous scholars is reduced to, to nativism, and therefore, not scientific. And some of our work, I like it because it goes into the complexities of being an insider. And of course, the insider was also an outsider as well, and the critical role of Indigenous researchers. And how as Indigenous researchers, we often have to learn by doing, because many of our supervisors don't speak the way Professor Siphamandla does. Which leads even to a disconnection from our communities. All right? There's this disconnection, this disorientation, this fragmentation that we experience when we have to research our own communities, because the academy, the university is feeding us one thing, and when we go out there, we're having to deal with something completely different. Some of you may know Professor Nomalungelo Kotuga. She's the first research chair in the country, first African woman chair in the countries, and she was a chair of Indigenous Knowledge Systems. And she does work on Indigenous science. A lot of my PhD students who are working on issues on Indigenous issues are actually using her framework as a framework to understand the world, which I'm very happy about, because her work has kind of been, sidelined. I'm going to wrap up in 3 minutes. I'm wrapping up in 3 minutes. So these are some of, in terms of, the epistemic framing that shapes some of our work. I want to just highlight two scholars as well, African scholars, that I think are quite important in terms of allowing us to rethink what gender is. And when they do that for us, they allow us to really have a much more localized way of thinking through gender, right? In forefronting what we can call African-centered concepts of gender. Of course, I'm speaking about the work of Ife Amadua, Male Daughters, Female Husbands, Gender and Sex in an African Society. It's a classic, as well as Oyoronke's book, The Invention of Women, making an African sense of Western gender discourses. And what these, I think these scholars on gender have really called our attention to is that when we base our theoretical conceptualization of gender within African context, a very different picture emerges from that. We see, in fact, the work of, in the work of Amadou, which grew out of her PhD, which was really a frustration on her path, that there was very little work, material by African women to create suitable theories and methodologies. And so she shows us this idea of a flexible gender system that was operating in pre-colonial, Eastern Nigeria. She comes up with this idea of dual-sex economic organization, and how these flexible gender structures, in fact, allowed women to access institutions of power in pre-colonial Nigeria, right? And so this idea of African women, pre-colonial women, being oppressed by their men, and this patriarchy, African patriarchy being this singular oppressive force, is completely challenged by, these authors. And she goes into a lot of fascinating detail, looking at actually social and political organization of how women exercised power, to the extent where women could have husbands and also inherit land. Similarly, with Oyorinke looks at how different other forms of social organization at work in pre-colonial Nigeria, and how these become the basis of social organization. That is, gender as the body is not the basis, but rather seniority, lineage, as well as social interactions become the shaper of these experiences. That's me. You can't see me though. This one doesn't show very well. But that's me there in the background. If you see a reddish thing and someone in short and a sporty, I'm doing my research. The title of my research was Lived and Embodied Suffering and Healing Amongst Mothers and Daughters in Chesterville Township, KwaZulu-Natal. So it was not a topic, it was an idea. And what was it based on? It was autobiographical. It was precisely that. It was about me understanding myself, but particularly understanding my mother. My mother is a single mother, was a activist in the 80s. She wouldn't call herself an activist. She was a social worker where everything would happen in the house, so she would hide, young people running. She would link them with lawyers and do all of these kinds of things. So I really, for my writing, if any of you have read anything I've read, I really write to understand these women in the 1980s and how they managed to get up each day and recreate normalcy, recreate a moral structure, and recreate, a community. So that's really my faith. It's autobiographical. And the question, as I'm always asking then, is that what is my intellectual, a very important question, actually. Maybe I'll just leave it here. That when I answered this question, and I encourage all of you to seriously interrogate these questions for yourself, particularly those who are still at perhaps master's, PhD levels, or even engaged in a particular project, a postdoctoral project. And that is for you to ask yourself, what is your intellectual project? It took me a while, to figure it out. But when I figured it out, everything fell in place. Everything fell in place, because when I could answer that my intellectual project is to humanize and dignify African women, based, of course, on my autobiographical experience of a young girl who was growing up in the 1980s in one of the most violent times in this country, and in a very violent township, Chesterville, is that when I identified that project, whatever I read, I could filter it through that. So I don't care if you were the most wonderful and most celebrated, the most senior professor of professors, and you wrote a book that did not dignify, that did not humanize African women. I'm not interested. I'm going to critique it. So it was able, and then from there I was also able to search for, other kinds of epistemologies that would be in line with this kind of, position and intellectual project that I was on. It then allowed me to produce other ways to, other methods to conduct research, to reach knowledge. So you see me here, I'm sitting there. The women who are here, they brew beer. They're making beer, they bring some beer. Some of the men from the community are drinking there. They're making fat cook, samakwinya, and umqapiso, which is, inside meat. And while they're doing this, I'm running around. They also tell me, go to the kitchen, go and fetch this. So I'm interviewing them while they're working, and I talk about this concept of interviewing while working. I talk about this concept of women in township forever working, and that just comes out of the experience that I'm in. So it allowed me, because of being true to and it allowed me a way of seeing as well. All right, done. All right. I said I'd stop there. And then the other one, which is not finished, that I encourage you to always ask, what intellectual lineage are you drawing from? And I'm also, what that allowed me, having a very clear idea of my intellectual project, allowed me to say, I'm going to consciously draw particularly on African women scholars, on African scholars, and African women scholars in particularly, while I draw on others, but I'm going to have a very, intentional political decision around that. And that, of course, has then, shaped my scholarship. Thank you. Sorry for being long.
Wow. I was very deliberate in letting these discussions, and I'll give you the reason why I let it go to flow like that. One, I negotiated with Prof. Ndlovu that since we have the books there, everything that is going to talk about, what if, we allow you to spend your time after lunch looking at the books rather than him speaking. So he was gracious enough to allow that, he can forfeit his presentation. So as a result, that is why I allowed this. But there was also a personal reason also why I allowed it. Remember, I said I'm the director of the program, right? So there was a personal reason. And that reason has to do with experiences I had long time ago when I was still a young student. I was writing an article, I was trying to sound very intellectual. So I used a metaphor of a beginning. So I was critiquing Emil Durkheim. So I said in the article, the theory that Emil Durkheim was using was like a beginning. What it revealed was important, but what it concealed was critical. Now, in the review, what I got changed my mind. Because the reviewer simply wrote, who was a female, I happen to know that. She said, Lebakeng, stop perpetuating the objectification of the female nude as a sex object. That completely changed how I look at things and how I write about women. So that's why I say this was very personal. I just wanted to understand some other concepts. And thank you very much. Colleagues, Prof. Zondi, made reference to supervisors and students. And I would really advise you to read one very important book. We mentioned Achima Fetcher so many times today. Unfortunately, we'll mention him again because that's a book that was written by Achima Fetcher and his supervisor, Monica Wilson, 1969. The title is Langa, the study of social groups in African township. So Mafetcher was the student, Monica Wilson was the supervisor. So after the PhD, they wanted to put together this book. And the supervisor was saying, this is how we are going to write about it. So Mafetcher was busy saying, but I live there. This is not how we are going to write about it. So every time Monica Wilson says something, Mafetcher says, no, but I live there. And then Mafetcher came out with something very good that we have not mastered to this day. That we continue to teach our students application of theories that already exist, but we never teach them theory building. And that is why the whole issue of decoloniality will remain, because every time somebody writes a paper, or even a doctoral or master study, we always say, what is the theoretical framework? So we want them to use already existing theoretical frameworks. And if we do that, the chances of reversing epistemicide are very, very rare. With that, colleagues, I'm opening up for a robust discussion. If you want to make comment, you make comment, but don't be a fourth speaker. We had only 3. Don't be the fourth, okay? Comment, question, very insightful. And with that, I'm opening the floor. I've already started, so don't think that you are going to be the first one. Just go on, I've already started. We will take, now you are making me a right wing. I always like to start from the left, but I will start from you, Prof. And then after that, you'll follow, ma'am. And then any third, okay, there's the third, and then fourth gentleman in white, fifth, the lady, the same table, and then we stop here. 6 questions. So colleagues, as the questions or comments are made, you will save yourself and see which ones are related to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself, please. Just
I'm Neo Lokothalaharamupi. I'm Harankua. I became associate professor at 55 because Prof. Zondi, I was writing with me, with my experiences, and the professors were saying, no, you cannot do that, right? So the professors that are like Professor Zondi, there are very few. I'm teaching at the University of the Free State. I'm the only South African professor, associate professor. So you have all these other students who are coming to you because they want you to treat them like Professor Zondi has spoken. It's a big challenge. My sister, Nthabiseng, I want to come to your class and learn so much about women because in 2011, I went to Ghana to do a project where I wanted to see what did Nkuruma do when Ghana became independent in terms of the curriculum. And I was looking at what are they referencing, who are they citing, but I was not looking at women. I just wanted to see if they're using African scholars because my professors were not using that here, right? So I also need to go back in my teaching to include women. That's why I want to come to your class and learn from that. The last point on Professor Sekibakiba, I hope we're bringing the Radio Freedom into our teaching because what Thabo is saying, most of us, I mean, I'm 57, I don't know much about O.R. Thabo, right? But I hope we're able to bring those audio into the classroom so the student can learn from them. My last point is on Professor Sifiso. He's hiding there. He's my mentor. My book on Robben Island, I work on Robben Island from 2000 to 2003. It's been published last week. So it has taken me 25 years to write that book, if you take from 2000. This book was supposed to have come out on Izingoma Zomzawalazo last year, but it didn't come out because Professor Sifiso said the isiZulu songs in isiZulu, as a Motswana, I wrote them Setswana Sasizulu. So it took the whole year publishing to get that book out because Professor Sifiso said it's not going to go out now, they're going to assassinate you because you are saying you are a decolonized scholar, but you cannot write in isiZulu, but I'm Motswana. So those are the serious issues that we need to deal with in the university because to have Professor Sifiso, Professor Nthabiseng, Professor Zondi, Professor Sekibakiba, Professor Leballo, Professor me, Professor Siphamandla, Professor Msila, in South Africa, where we have how many students in the university, the black students, the African students, it's a drop in the ocean. And it's traumatizing to listen to this, because I think we're all carrying the trauma of how we've been supervised, right? How we've been supervised is traumatizing, because now you have to teach students how to write from the experience. The last point, I wrote the book on Robben Island is there. I wrote it from my township. My first encounter with Robben Island at 10 years old was the Khamusneke. He was a lawyer in my community. And they were saying, Munna Ola, Naloko Robben Island, Mandela. We couldn't speak louder. That was my first introduction to Robben Island at the age of 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sibongile Mkhobo. I'm the native speaker of isiZulu. I was born in KwaZulu-Natal, Mlazi, and I came to work here in Gauteng as a teacher, and more than 10 years I was promoted as a senior education specialist under Department of Education in Gauteng, and also one of the writers of CAPS policies, that is curriculum assessment policies, and which are dominating in schools as I'm talking. So I've recently left the Department of Education. I'm the issuer for linguistics in indigenous languages here in this university. So now, my first question is, as I've already published many books there in the internet for the curriculum studies, especially at schools, FET and senior phase. So I've got so many young writers who are prepared to write the books, but I don't know where to channel them. So I wanted to ask if there's anyone here who can also assist me to channel those young lions. And then the second question is regarding referencing. I heard one of the professors here speaking about Harvard and other methods. So I wanted to ask which one is the best, because some of the students are suffering, especially when they are supposed to submit their final product to the Turnitin in, and regarding this referencing, that they are turned down. Thank you.
Okay. Here.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Rita Ndlovu. I'm a researcher with the National Union of Mine Workers. I just want to make a first comment to you, Professor Nthabiseng. You know, coming from the background of the mining sector, and your presentation, your first part of the presentation, I just realized that, you know, as women, the struggles are the same. Whether you come from a relatively better background in terms of education, or you don't even have a matric, but the struggles that you face at the workplace are the same. Talking about patriarchy, the glass ceiling, male domination, lack of childcare support structures at the workplace. Those are the challenges that women are facing in the sectors that are working, you know, the construction sector, metal sector, mining sector. They're basically the same things. And then, thank you for that. And I just want to say something to Professor Lekgoathi, ask a question to you, Professor Lekgoathi. Your presentation on radio freedom, that was very interesting. And my question is, given the fact that currently, you know, we have free media, a free press in South Africa, But the challenge, and every day, whether it's social media or formal media channels, radio, television, we are talking about issues of corruption, issues of service delivery, and people have said everything that can be said to, to make things, to improve the situation, but nothing is happening. So do you think media still has a role in improving the social lives of people? Thank you.
Okay. 3 or 4. That gentleman.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations from all the professors. The name is David Ontsikazi Ngubuka, a resident researcher, HSRC, Unisa sabbatical. So yeah, my question is framed to be integrated with all the professors who can think they can answer. Yeah, moving from, it was taken from another chapter, moving from theory to praxis. So the issue is that if now, is it public university mobilizing, is it mobilizing intellectuals from the diaspora also to come to Africa, like even it can be 50 or 49. So the issue is that the praxis, moving from theory or methodology to praxis, Prof. Lekgoathi. Yeah. So from the work you're currently doing, conducting research, so the sense of agency for praxis, if we want to adopt the epistemic identity, once we are facing with the conundrum of indigenous knowledge versus 4IR demands, in a transforming African higher education, would you say, how critical can we be in that regard? Versus the spectator from the editorial work, how is gonna build up from the social capital of the work in a renaissance, in a transforming renaissance African education with external factors? Professor Lekgoathi, would we use the glamour effect also, for instance, conduct research in galleries, libraries, with archives, with museums, to build up? For instance, we know there are also other factors we didn't touch on, like music concerts, soccer matches. They also used to be instruments and tools to provoke the system and to contribute to the emancipation or liberation. The other issue was the issue of, waiting for the diaspora. So Andy or Prof, so this issue, the competition that is put on with white women in a public position, does it hamper when I call you auntie or mama professor, in terms of being a highly cited professor, in terms of even after, how do I trust even after Harvard reference get tax exempt? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Katlego Marema and I am an honors student in communication science. So my question is basically that my first encounter with the research was at honors level, which is very hard to narrow down the lineage at that point. So I just wanted to ask, how do I choose an intellectual lineage at that level, especially for someone who does not have a personal research mentor and relies on the supervision of the university? Thank you.
Can you shift?
Thank you so much. My name is Professor Nozizwe Ndlovu. I am with Ballsbridge University. I just wanted to make comment on the presentation by Professor Nthabiseng, to make comment on the research by Professor Chiliza, where you were speaking about Western indigenous research that actually needs to be redirected into us owning our own research. I've been making a lot of noise around that space. I'm very passionate about language sovereignty. And the only way, or the main way we are going to get this correct, supporting what you've actually presented on Professor Chiliza's work, is for us to focus on indigenous adaptation, which will actually center us back into language sovereignty and being able to decolonize, firstly, our education. I published a book 2 years ago titled Integrating Culture, Efficiency, and Innovation for the Transformation of African Education. And I'm making a big fuss about adapting to our indigenous cultures and also focusing on language sovereignty. So that really took personal interest on that. I also want to make mention on part of your presentation, rather the part of Professor Zondi's last part, which I actually heard. The importance of us looking into contributing in editorial work and also assisting on anything that has to do with research is another way of getting academics' work to really be noticed out there and to contributing with ideologies that will actually mainstream research. And it's also very important for women in particular to participate in these forums. I started doing some editorial work for UJ last year. There are certain things that I do not understand about processes, which I will probably maybe send an email to get some clarity based on the last of your presentation that I had. Thank you, sis, and Our Lady.
Probably you don't have to stand up. You can, if you feel you want to sit down, but if you want to stand up, you can come and respond. And then once you are done, we can open for another round of questions and comments. If you want to come, you can come, but if you want to talk from there, it's still fine.
Well, thank you for those brilliant. Is this working? Thank you for those brilliant questions, thought-provoking. I wanted to respond to what you mentioned about wanting to come to class and learn more about women and women's contributions to knowledge production. So, I think two things. On the one side, speaking to what Professor Zondo spoke about on epistemic positionality, writing from within, right? From your own positionality, your own experiences, writing from the gut, writing from the emotion, as one aspect of it, but also this idea of a very deep, careful, analytical, empathetic listening to women's stories, women's ways of knowing, women's ways of producing knowledge, I think is hugely powerful. So I think in my case, it was a combination of those two, my own positionality, which I spoke about, but also really having, having this intentional, deep, analytical listening to women's stories, because it's not only just about the fact that they are women, it's what I think, because women are at the existential margins of society, in many cases, in most society, the most excluded. What you find is that when we listen and the kinds of knowledges they produce are actually quite radical. I believe, in fact, I am one of those people who honestly, generally believes that when we listen carefully to particularly African poor women's stories and the existential, ontological basis of their lived experiences, we're going to come up with very radical theories about all kinds of things. Let me give you an example. So this idea of not just them being women, but of us actually surfacing their subjugated knowledges, which are going to not only provide knowledge, different kinds of knowledge, but I think there's incredible redemption and hope in women's stories and as well. When we listen to sort of the existential resistance of those who often have been the most silenced, marginalized, or oppressed. As an example from some of my, the work that I've done on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where I was analyzing women's testimonies. So from women's testimonies, you have the TRC, which is obviously putting forward a very particular notion of nation building, of sacrifice, etc. The political narrative, the master narrative, the public narrative, based on very specific also isolation and choosing particular memories. When women came to the stands, they totally they produced a counter narrative, right? And they did this through what I called, a term that I invented, I called it memory sensory sites. Why did I put the term sensory in memory sites? We're all familiar with the notion of memory sites. Because through their storytelling, they want us to feel their pain. It's not enough to just tell the pain. They want us to feel their pain. And when we then go through these memory sites, when they are recalling the violence of the particular 1980s, which is the period that I'm interested in, where I gender violent memory. So I'm interested in women's memories under violent regimes and what it means to be a mother, to be a carer, to be a caregiver in a state of violence, right? In a context of violence. Women talk about the violation of sanctuary spaces. So they're not only talking about the public political, the protest side of the public, they take us to sanctuary spaces of the breakdown of the family home. They actually, through their storytelling, you start to see the kind of an unfolding of the disintegration of the family home and their role in it, and how the different roles that they played in building the social structure, building the social narrative, building the moral structure of the community through what I call silences, using silences. For example, gunshots in the night, everything. You wake up in the morning, hambokeza, where's the porridge? Idlani porridge. This creation of normalcy by women, right? So they point us to those kinds of, they point us to issues of sacred spaces. In women's narratives, you find them centering not just the idea of to build a nation, this idea of political sacrifice and sacrifice of that kind of sacrifice. They point us to also different kinds of sacrifices, which are the sacrifices of their dead sons, their husbands. They take us to funeral spaces. They take us to the graves. They take us to all these alternative sites that we don't normally, as scholars, go to the cosmology and death, their role in death as well. Women take us to landscapes and how landscapes are an integral part of violence. How landscapes are bloodied during violence, how people are, how there's not just a physical displacement that happens, but spiritual displacement in which women are also central in the partaking of those rituals as people are forcibly removed from space to space. And now when that is not done, it has a cosmological and, imbalance that impacts on societies as we sit together right now, on the present. So the ancestral, the connecting of the past, present, and future, the ancestral, the dead with the living, etc. So they point us to all of these things, and what I found was then, listening to these, women's stories, we then had a counter, narrative around what is reconciliation. For women, reconciliation was not what you see in the Reconciliation Act of South Africa. It was about reconciling with the dead and the living dead, the ancestral. So they speak about what these rituals means and you know, and what that means in terms of building community, building self, rituals of self, detoxing the self, purification of the self from all kinds of, experiences, violent experiences that may have gone on. Women talk about reconciling families as core, reconciling communities. Areas in township where across the road someone was in Askari, someone was in Mpipi, how do you reconcile that community? Women in their narratives bring those questions around the importance of the self, of the ancestral, the importance of the family, the importance of community, the importance of land. And so that is what I'm saying, is that it's not just about, it's about when you listen to these group of people who are often at the most margins of society, incredible things start happening in terms of knowledges that have been dismissed start to emerge. And we start to have much more holistic understanding of what is knowledge, first of all. You know, what is this thing called knowledge? They expand our understanding. What is violence, right? They expand our notions, and our analytical categories. And what, for me, what it's done is just an amazing, because it opened up a whole number of things in terms of my own research, right? So from this thesis, looking at 3 generations, Okoko, women my age, as well as young women, 3 generations of women, and their understandings of suffering and healing, has opened up for me to start, and I think particularly what, again, emphasizing what Prof. Zondi was saying, because it was based on my own experience, I've started a field called Township Studies, right? There's actually a journal. The journal, by the way, has been approved by Prof. Zondo and everybody here, Township Studies Journal. It's opened up other new areas. I've now started an area of study. There's a conference that's going to happen in July on death in townships, death in black communities, that we need to theorize how we die for us to fully understand how we live, you know? It's opened up this idea of alternative memory sites, which looking at these alternative memory sites of women that women point us to, right? I've now had to question how I teach, right? The relationship between the university and community. How does what I teach, actually, if these women are pointing me to graves, to all of these alternative sites, how am I using that in my teaching? And then how am I engaging in the community? That led me to a recent just encounter that I just had in Ghana, where I was with people from the tourism sector. I never thought I would find myself in that space, but here I am in trying to really always be grappling with the question of how does the work that we do have impact? How do I map existing memory sites and superimpose those with the memory sites of women? And then what does heritage look like after that? So many questions, so many issues. Do I mind being called a mama professor? Not at all. Because I think it's part as well of, I always say my office is a decolonial space. And I am very much part of the school of thought from African feminist and womanist scholars and African gender scholars who write about how the whole identity of motherhood has been totally, westernized within the academy. Mothers in African societies have power. Thank you.
Does it pick up? It's not working. Okay. Refusing. Rebelling. What referencing style to use? The one that the journal prescribes. The one that journal prescribes. I know that some journals no longer prescribe, like the African Journal of Political Sciences. It simply says use a reference you choose, style you choose, and citation style you choose, but use it consistently. Don't switch between styles. And the reason why it is so, it's also to allow people a little bit of agency to decide what style is working very well for them. I also never understood why we should insist on a style, as if it elevates the argument or improves the outcomes. It's one of those conventions Western knowledge taught us. We spend hours and hours fixing where the full stop must be and where the comma must be, as if that is material for the contribution of knowledge. It's very material for teaching people discipline. And discipline is generally important. But in the system, discipline is about obedience. It's not just discipline. It's not a just one. It's not a fair discipline. It's the one of keeping me in subjectivity. So we must be careful about certain conventions that we've inherited and that we've come to think are important and stuff like that. I know that we also used to prescribe the number of pages. It's a huge struggle. There's a huge, especially in anthropology and history, they put the numbers on the high. 15,000 words, 20,000 words for an article. And then a person whose ideas end at page 7 must stretch those ideas and artificially create more things so that they can reach 15 pages. So you got a lot of, this paper could have been 6 pages, but it's 20 pages because 20 is required. Not that page is needed. It is required. So now we allow, I know that the journals that I edit, we allow that your paper can be anywhere from 3,000 words, which is about 7 pages, all the way to 20,000 words, which can be 30 pages. So you can write an article that is 7 pages with a strong argument, or you can write an article that is 30 pages with a strong argument. We allow any of those. Don't feel obliged to write short or write long. The story about theory building is a very important one, and it didn't occur this to me, but it is true. If you're going to require a student to indicate or a writer to indicate their theory ahead, it means you don't want them to create a new one. Hey, I didn't quite realize that. And maybe, Prof. Lebakeng, that's the reason why you find a lot of artificial theory addition. People are not interested in theory at all. Have to put something in theory which is vaguely related to what they are arguing, hardly used all the way. It simply is somewhere between page 3 and page 4, theoretical framework. It ends there. It has nothing to do with the entire article. It's obliged. You crude compliance. Then we take it that, at least they added the theory. Because we too, who are critiquing that, are also not clear about what we want it for. If it's there, it's okay, it's fine. If it's vaguely related, then it is fine. My brother, the idea of role modeling, it's also another challenge of the Western way of thinking. We come from a world of circles where, like the people who are sitting here with my prof, sitting in the table, no one is in front there. Everybody is actually in front. If they all turn to the right, you understand? If they all turn to the right, my sister is in front. But if they all turn to the left, then my brother is in front. So who is in front? And anyone can be in front depending on the circumstances. We come from a world of round shape. But the world of rectangular, we who are on the stage are in front, whether we like it or not. It's a rigid system that imputes a location as some form of superiority and all that. So now I must answer questions. So I'm some sort of a reservoir of knowledge that I must build. And I'm also tempted to also do it. You see, the thing is a serious trap. It's a serious trap. I mean, it says I'm a role model. What does it mean, a role model? How can I be a role model to somebody who might be older than me? I had a student who, in physical age, I'm 20 years older than. But in thought, they are older than me. Because they have the ability to distill original thinking. I cannot. In that area they are doing. So though I'm supervising them, I realize they are senior to me in the thing they are doing. But colonialism does not allow me to accept that sometimes I'm junior, though I'm professor. I must pretend I'm senior, even if I'm not senior, and use some term like, we need the rigor in the study. Go back and add rigor, and the student go look for rigor. What is rigor? Where do you buy it? Yellow, green, what color is rigor? So I will use vague terms to assert my seniority and hide my stupidity. It's part of the game I have. Maybe let me leave it there. So, time. Thanks. No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me take it from where you left off, Siphamandla. This question of modeling. But my answer is going to be different. We are forced into these spaces. I mean, Neo is at a university where the majority of his colleagues are white or non-South African. He's the only African professor there, and the majority of the students are African students. So naturally, they are drawn to him as a model. I think this is the sort of outcome of the institutional cultures that we have in these institutions. I mean, Neo is talking about his experience at UFs, but it's like he's talking about me at Wits University. I'm experiencing the very same problem. Being this one South African scholar who constitute probably 15% of the staff, it's very, very difficult. It puts a lot of pressure on you because it means that you also represent other things. When you talk about transformation, there's a transformation committee. Everybody looks at you. You have to represent. It's also very alienating, and it's something that reflects the institutional cultures and I don't know if it's the fear or the refusal on the part of our universities to decolonize and to transform. And naturally, you try to do your best because, can't turn these students away. When they look up to you, they can identify with you. You do your best and you end up being really, really overworked and sometimes even overwhelmed. Yeah. So on the question of bringing our research into our teaching, I think that's the way to go. If I could give an example of one of the most prominent professors at Wits University in politics. I wasn't doing politics, but I knew about this professor, Tom Lodge. I'm sure many people would know about Tom Lodge because he wrote quite extensively on the politics of South Africa. Part of what made Tom Lodge so outstanding was the fact that he was teaching what he was researching. So it is indeed important that we bring our own research into our classes. That makes teaching more exciting. Am I bringing my, staff on Radio Freedom and African Solidarity into my teaching? Yes, where there's opportunity to do that, I actually do that. Quite often, we are forced in our institutions to inherit certain courses where you don't have any expertise. You don't have a choice but to draw on the secondary literature that actually exists. But I'm actually currently in the process of developing a faculty-wide course on radio and media in Africa. This is a course that would be open not only to history students, but to media studies students, anthropology students, politics students, and so forth. So in that way, it would also encourage interdisciplinarity, which is something that is very difficult to do in our institutions. So that's where I am. I'm still in the process of conceptualizing that course. Hopefully in the next year or two, it will be in the books. So moving on, there was a question about free media. It was raised by Rita Ndlovu. You know, and the question was, given the fact that currently we have free media and yet, you know, this free media is actually reporting on things like corruption, but, you know, we continue to experience corruption on a daily basis. Is media really, you know, relevant? My answer would be a definite yes. Media is relevant. Because imagine if no one was checking these corrupt people, where would we be at? Imagine if we were living in a regime like apartheid South Africa where, you know, there was no freedom of media. A lot of things would be happening that we wouldn't even know about it. So the fact that corruption continues, despite the existence of free media, it's not the problem of media. It is the problem of, you know, perhaps the lack of implementation of our laws. You know, so free media is doing its work. So it's up to other layers of our society to actually do their own work. Then there was a question about, that related, it was a sort of a layered question that raised issues about IR, you know, the use of galleries, concerts, art galleries, and so forth in research. I think, you know, museums, for example, are a very important repository of our heritage, of our histories. In my own work, for example, I do visit museums. Currently here in Pretoria, there's a Freedom Park Museum, and I visited it recently. It has material on Radio Freedom. So definitely, you know, when we do research, we don't only go to archives like the ones that I've actually referred to at Forte and UWC, but there are other, you know, institutions that can provide material that would be useful to our research.
Maybe a quick one. We all have to answer the question relating to artificial intelligence. One of the challenges we have in the general speaking space is people using artificial intelligence. We must remember that we are operating in a world that values intelligence, not other forms of knowledge. So those who have the skill to create it, they have now known how to create the intelligence. But they cannot create wisdom. But they cannot create provocation. They cannot create spirit behind an idea. Now we are now invited to save the knowledge that we don't own. Save it from AI. Save it from AI. You know, the system can give you a dog to guard over it, the dog that eats you from time to time. And then when the dog is in danger, it enlists you to also come and protect the dog. The very dog that that bites you. Then it's a very interesting when you are invited to save a thing that is also killing you. So artificial intelligence, the way I see it is this. When I was at university, that is long ago now, over 25 years ago, we were already using technology. When I started out, there was a Jewish system for referencing. To look at a book, you look at with small little cards, you look for a book and you find it. Later on, it became online catalog. At that time already there was technology. That technology. I punch in a name of a subject and look for book. It pulls out 8 books in there. That's human impossible. I can't generate so many books. I find so many books in a library and already find they relate to water, like this. So that's happening. Then later we started to use spell check to have your document checked. I have not been checking my document as thoroughly as I have since we had spell check. So technology has long been assisting me in all of these things. It doesn't raise ethical issues only now that it's AI. It should be raising ethical issues. Should I use Google to look for information? It's an ethical issue. Okay. But if I'm ethically sound, I can use Google responsibly. If I'm ethically sound, I can also use AI responsibly. Thanks.
So just quickly to add on the AI question, and to you, my sister, on the issue of African languages and sovereignty of African language. I've been just thinking in my mind, the fact that artificial intelligence can't be as effective in the area of indigenous languages because it needs to have a, what do they call, I don't know the technical name, but a pool of information. And so African languages are not on Google, they're not on all of these platforms. Is that I think is quite a serious and an interesting question for scholars and practitioners within African languages, is that I know the current discourse is, oh, we need to catch up, you know, we need to be digitizing everything, so, you know, because we're always behind. But perhaps I think there are different questions, very interesting questions to be asking around AI and indigenous languages, and rather, promoting and centralizing other forms of, of storing and information, etc. Because I still feel, I mean, one of my dream things that I, would like to do is to think about what would an interdisciplinary, memory sensing-based archive, African women's archive look like, which would include emotions, include impepo, include the smell, include healing. What would that look like? And I don't think artificial intelligence or, can go there. So I think, those are, there's some work and interesting interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work to be done around questions of archiving when you look at it from an indigenous, but also for me, the women's perspective as well. I wanted to also just speak to the young woman here who talked about the intellectual legacies as an honors student. I'm actually I have to leave now because I'm teaching an honors class, and I hear you completely about what you are saying, and it is about I don't think the students, for example, had experienced this. I'm teaching them research methodology, and one of the things that I do is I have a theme, and my theme with them was township economies, unemployment and employment, right? And one of the things that I did with the class, we all went to Sharpeville. We went to the memorial site, so I infused history into the class. We went to a memory site, and I then linked the past, present, and future, linking the past and the present questions of employment, unemployment, and making them see those connections. Within class. I'm always deliberate in using decolonial sort of, frameworks in addition to what is already in their text. But that's me, and as I said, we're two in a department of 18, right? And as a prof was saying, some of the curriculum that I've inherited, I consider it violent, actually. So I'm teaching other courses. I'm trying to work through this bit by bit. I'm trying to create a new space and engagement with predominantly my students are 100% black. Most of them, as we know with stats from UJ, are predominantly working class students. So, you know, you want to be creating spaces where they're reconnecting with their own community so that this knowledge that they are learning and producing can be used to change, you know, their communities as well. So it's about that. And one of the things, you know, is the issue of mentorship. When I spoke about, as an indigenous scholar, as a woman scholar, you're often learning by doing. And therefore it's very important to, I say to my students, I do not want anybody, which is what happens in institutions, particularly, you know, previously Afrikaans institutions, where you leave yourselves at the gate of UJ. You come into this space as your whole selves when you come here. So we often don't have mentors. I didn't have a teacher like Nthabiseng, who, because of her own lived experience, is trying to create a decolonial pedagogic as well as teaching space and curriculum, right? So a lot of it has to do with, along the journey, finding mentors, finding people that resonate with the way that you're thinking. So I'd love you to email me, you know, I have about, you know, I have 10 students that I mentor on an informal basis. We do what we can, as Prof said, and, you know, it is what it is for now for scholars, particularly African scholars in the academy, and we move forward as we meet each other in these kinds of engagements. And when you find a learning, grab it and just run with it. So I hope to hear from you.
Prof. Nthabiseng is leaving now. Is there anyone who has a question for her before she leaves? Because she's teaching at 2 o'clock, but she's leaving. Okay, can you?
It must be a burning question.
Please, it must be.
Because
burning.
now we have about
Because
4.
I will give you her email address. Who's the lady? I have it.
Thank you very much. My name is Deli Manchiani. Rumor says I'm a senior researcher. So what I wanted to say, thank you very much for wonderful engagement. My question is actually based on the fact that we are in a democratic space, or presumed to be in a democratic space. So I am imagining, if we speak about decolonization, and you have an opportunity to deal with the subject of decolonization 12 years after the fact, looking at a child who started grade 1 up to grade 12. And this is democracy. It's like we are sneaking in this idea, when in actual fact, the question becomes, when should it start? Should it start at your level, or should it have started long ago, so that when it comes to you now after 12 years, we are 30 years in so-called democracy. Now, after 12 years, you are dealing with the idea of decolonization, when in actual fact, maybe you should be flowing from that point, which means now you have to transform this colonized body, and then deal with the question of decolonization, and then come with your imposition or transforming into new ideas. So I'm trying to imagine along those lines to say, although I don't expect you to answer me on that, but I'm imagining how difficult it is to try and deal with that situation. And then for argument's sake, you will be able to deal with it every year, because it is every after 12 years. I leave it there. Thank you very much.
You don't have to, yeah. I agree. It's not a question, actually, it's a comment, so you don't have to respond unless there is you have a question or...
No, in fact, I had a burning comment, and
All right.
I had already asked the MC if I can just make mention of this.
All right.
It's also stemming from the comment from my colleague. We need to be able to trace how things are going to, where they are going to start to decolonize us. And where I'm standing, we must be intentional about language. And as Africans, we need to be able to say, this is the language of Africa. Which language unifies us as Africans? We are speaking decolonization, but we're speaking a foreign language as it is, a Western language. Until we get in the room and we speak as Africans, we have our policies, we will be able to cross-reference in our own language and in our own style only when we come with our book. I don't know if Prof. Zondi remembers. He interviewed me 2 years ago on my book, The Great Reset of Africa, at UJ Podcast. And in my book, I actually addressed the issue of Swahili being adopted as a mother tongue for Africa. And I'm sitting here, I'm asking myself, how many people are intending to learn Swahili, or at least are looking into that? Because 15, 20 years, Africa is going to have to adopt Swahili as a unifying, that's when we'll start addressing and decolonizing ourselves and going indigenous. And until we reach that, universities are supposed to actually have programs where students are now supposed to be enrolling in Swahili. It has to be part of our curriculum. Where should it start? It must start from teaching children in primary school. Swahili should be language of choice. And we need to start speaking this. This is the only decolonized African language that has its own African roots. And until we go that route, we will remain decolonized. Thank you.
All right. Prof, I think you are free. The question about the journal, which one? The township journal. Prof?
Township Studies Journal has been approved by UJ Press. In fact, before the end of this year, by this year, in fact, in the next 2-3 months, we're putting it online. We're doing everything, and we invite people to please send their contribution. It's an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary journal. So here's an important fact about township studies, is that township studies, we use the word township as a geographical marker to inspire the naming of the journal. But the name township itself, what we did was we turned it into a discursive, into an analytical marker to include all similar areas in the world that have, similar urban histories such as townships. So township studies include those who are working on favelas. In fact, I have an MOU with 2 Brazilian universities. They bring 10 students over this side. We learn about townships. Our students learn about favelas. We have this cross cultural exchange and information about these different areas. It includes shanty towns in the Caribbean, what we call the South and the North, ghettos or projects in the US, and as well as, of course, in Africa, we're looking at a lot of what we call slums. So township study is it's a new global area of study that has been inspired from this part of the most southern tip of Africa, in South Africa, using the resistance histories of townships in these countries as inspiration to the world. It is our contribution to the world. It's not African studies, it's not area studies, which is an imposition from mostly, in many cases, the North, shaping South African scholarship. This is our creation, and so, it's exciting. We have a book that's coming out, being published by HSRC Press, Township Studies Volume 1, and we're hoping to just grow, and you're all invited, because Township Studies is really, for me, was building a conceptual home for all of us who work in townships to come in, deliberate, engage, and produce new knowledge that is based on our own experiences and our own theorizations. And I take the challenge of language as well. So interestingly, these Brazilian students, when they were here, It was so embarrassing. They were insisting, one of them was writing on traditional homes, what he called Indlu Yamadlozi. So he was looking at the traditional African architecture. He's an architect student. They insisted that whatever they were writing, they will write it in Portuguese, in English, and isiZulu. And I was thinking, we don't even do that. And this was coming from Portuguese student who insisted that, he said, my title of my paper must be The House of the Ancestors, Indlu Yamadlozi. And, you know, yeah, so a lot of work, and I check the challenge. Thank you very much, Professor.
Right. Okay. Okay, I think we'll go for another round. We'll take probably 5 questions, and then we should be going for lunch. When you reach my age, you get hungry at 1 o'clock. So, okay, there's going to be, I'm going to start again this side. I'm starting this side. There's one. You had your, there is 1, there is 2, there is 3, there is 4. Okay, those are the only 4 questions that we are going to have. And I'm not so sure Prof. Rapodi has said something about, you know, his location at the university and, you know, being the only Black South African teaching there. I thought with what we were discussing, that is something that we probably needed to spend time on, because some of us have very strong views that no nation can thrive if it outsources the teaching of its children to foreigners. It doesn't matter the shape of the nose of the foreigner, but you cannot outsource the teaching of your children to foreigners. So I thought it's something that needed to be discussed, especially in light of the recent opinion piece that was penned by the Deputy Minister that we should stop being xenophobic. Here is my position. Part of the problem with us is that we are too xenophilic, not xenophobic, which is the opposite of being xenophobic. We are too accepting. We are too xenophilic. We are not xenophobic. And that is something that has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. We cannot, on one hand, as a nation, we say, we want to produce this number of PhDs in 25 years. At the same time, those people, when they graduate, they are jobless, because there are no spaces anywhere for them to go into. That is not a political statement. It's an existential statement. It's an existential statement. So I think with that, it's an issue that has to be addressed at some point. Can we have another seminar on that? So that we don't address it today. But we have, exactly. So with that, Prof, I think we please listen very carefully to what is going to be. We start that side.
I thought we were
Yes.
ready for lunch.
No. We have 4 more questions and then we go for lunch. Our time is still allowed. We have sacrificed Prof. Ndlovu. So.
Thank you very much. My name is Bruno Gavrano. And since you said you are xenophilic, I think I'm one of the beneficiaries of that xenophilology. I'm from Uganda, so I'm an upcoming researcher. I'm actually looking for partners in support. But on the issue of Swahili, actually, we as Africans, we should start analyzing and questioning what we call ours. Because the word Swahili itself is an Arab word, meaning Sahili. And half of the Swahili words, for example, from 1 to 10, half of them are Arabic. Tisa, 9 is Tisa, Arabic. When we say Nne, it's 4. All the Bantus will share that. From my language up to Cape Town, all of us, Nne is 4. Tatu is 3. But when you say Sita, that is 6. What is that? Saba. So we should start examining. And from my own research, it is actually a British project to promote Swahili. That's why we have it at the African Union. We should start questioning. Whose interest is it working for? It is a language of Arabs who were forcing it on slaves because Zanzibar was the center of slavery in East Africa. And then when Julius Nyerere, who, though everybody claims is an African, Pan-Africanist, but it's actually a British project, forced it on the Tanzanians, and they're now forcing it in the whole of East Africa. So we should, as scholars, when I heard that, I said, I think I can keep quiet on this, but I cannot keep quiet to misguide all the scholars in the most important country in sub-Saharan Africa. So Swahili is not an African language. From the name to the, even, actually there are various types of Swahili, but the British forced us to adapt the Zanzibari type of Swahili in 1928. So there is a very big history and that needs scholarship. For those who need, you can come and we collaborate. I'm not, I have a bachelor's degree, but I'm a social political scholar. So you can come and we collaborate and we dig deep into such a matter. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's, yeah. That was a comment on Swahili, which I think.
Number 2.
There is one there. It will come. Let's move this way.
Thanks a lot, Professor, for the opportunity. I am Lebogang Majane. I arrived late, I apologize for that. Okay. But I hear the conversation is leaning towards decolonization of education. Now, in terms of that, what is the professorship, particularly academic sponsors and supervisors? What are they doing to defend their students in terms of, I might be enrolled with Unisa for my PhD. However, my thesis is still subject to external examination. And that is one of the stumbling blocks where you find aspiring black academics struggle. I'm mostly frustrated because once it goes to external examination, it comes with bad reviews that many even decide to quit in their pursuit of academia because they are thinking along a new line which the traditional institutions are not familiar with. So what is the professorship doing, particularly the black professorship doing, to advancing a African-oriented academic space? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Siphamandla from the TM School. I think my provocation will have been on our Prof we've just left, Nthabiseng, just to acknowledge the role that women are playing, but to lament that in the continent we are sitting with 30% of female women researchers. In South Africa, I think we are number 3, Mauritius and Cabo Verde. And the issues that they are dealing with are very important. But I think we still need to go to those women who have never been researched in this country, like Abo Mesindiwe, Wahamagona, Abo Mirem Tlali. There are many women in this country who have been into writing, as if they were novelists, but they were not. They were dealing with the socio-economic issues. And secondly, Siphamandla, I think you are correct in terms of the knowledge production and the writing. But will you go back to Nabudere on knowledge production? And I am raising Nabudere here because the issues that we have raised of Western knowledge and paradigm, African perspective, unwrapping the African knowledge, how will you bring Nabudere in this debate also? And the writing of these articles, that international impact, you know, I think Professor Mkhobe Ramos said we used to be worried about these ratings, that whom are they benefiting actually? And these ratings that you are pushed to say if you don't produce at an international impact journal, you will be demoted. I think if you recall, that debate was led by Minister Blade in terms of universities that they don't publish in international journals. But we know that those journals are still keeping that knowledge away from ordinary people. Because you are writing about our people, but our people, they don't read about their text and their issues. So those are the issues that I wanted to maybe contest. And finally, on the radio guerrillas, on the radio, I think one thing that we are also not doing, and I've seen it last week, where I saw a radio presenter taking a political discourse from radio to the classroom. Will you feel that post the issue of radio freedom, do you still feel that we still need to put radio into our classrooms and into our research and teaching? Because I will always feel that the radio will always say it's a theater of the mind. But how do we put that mind into practice? Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Can you pass?
Program Director, thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Yeah.
My name is Orlando, and I would like to thank all the professors for the well-delivered program. My question is, I was playing with my mind, and I just thought of something, and I would like to ask, is it possible to decouple from colonization without speaking about funding? Are all South African universities having a capability or capacity to fund for themselves? The reason why I asked that is because sometimes, even in departments or private sector, for example, if you ask for funding, there are terms and conditions. And part of those terms and conditions is that they will channel you to study something in the domain in which you are working. Now, in terms of universities, for them to change the approach of teaching and adapting or adopting to a South African or traditional standard, how do we navigate, or how do you navigate around a funding issue?
Okay.
If we get funded by the ones that we call colonialists. Thank you.
All right. The last question, I think, yeah, this will be the last one.
You have another one here, I think.
Now that creates problems for me because
Program Director, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My name is Azifaneli.
Colleagues, are you listening? Because these questions are...
I have a lot in my mind, but I will not go into all those things. I will ask my question directly.
All right.
But I have this comment. In my language, we have a proverb that says, "Muthu kononga chawe, mpempeya lapisa." And as we are discussing these serious matters that concerns us, what is it that we are building that we call our own? And I'm directing this question to the professors, the intellectuals, because you are the ones who are to build our society. What is it that we are building? The second question to Professor Lekgoathi. What failed the democratic government to give preference to the history of radio that you are saying? What has really, why have we failed? And we are continuing to fail. If you listen to SAB radio stations, I said, well, I don't know all of them, but those that I listen, they are contributing, distracting the society because they don't have our story. They're telling us a different narrative. And I want you to reflect, what are the consequences for that failure that we are seeing today? And to Professor Zondi, what has happened that made us to allow universities to remain in the hands of the Westerners? Because we don't, as I listen here, I'm not in the academic space, but as I listen here, I hear all of you from the university complaining with what is happening. Why did we allow that? What has gone wrong that we allow that to happen? And I think those are, as you said, the existential questions that we need to deal with. If we don't go to the roots, we'll keep on complaining, and things are going. And we will not have anything. And you, as the intellectuals, you are the pillars of this society. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I think there's somebody, I suspect, I don't know, if we don't give the person the opportunity, you know, I don't know what will happen to me. So let's do that. Yes, sir, you are the last one, please.
Good day to everyone and my esteemed panel in front of me. Mine is a quick one. I know it's late, man, in the day. But I'd like to sort of like piggyback on the prof on my left here who spoke about the issue of language. So my question, more or less, is you know, in South Africa, the word decolonial, you know, we are on it. All of us, you know. But I'd like to just ask my esteemed panel, is the concept of decolonized education or decolonized curriculum of, in respect of education, is that settled? What I'm trying to say is, do we have an understanding of what we are going to call decolonized education at some point? For example, the prof here gave a pointer and spoke on language. So what I'd like to know is, okay, say for example, I've got 10 billion or something of that sort, and I translate all the books in Unisa, the whole curriculum, law, medicine, into an African language. Is that going to be decolonized education? Is that what or are we talking of the content? Because we all know we speak of various constituent parts of decolonization. Is it going to be the culture in there? We talk about our positioning. I heard the prof say, what's our position? Okay, I come from a legal background. So if I have to talk about indigenous law, that would be indigenous law as it is in Africa. But then now, if in relation to the laws that we have, do I translate my curriculum into Pedi, and then is that going to be indigenous law?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, can we engage and then immediately after you finish, Prof. Msila, I would really request you to close for us. Immediately, the colleagues have answered or responded in whichever way.
Thank you very much. With your permission, Program Director, allow me not to reply, but to reflect.
and it won't be a form of deflecting. I will not reply, I will reflect. There's a concept of contaminated systems and contaminated knowledges, which is what colonial means. Because sometimes we think colonial is that which is not African, and therefore decolonizing is making something African. When actually colonial means is contaminated. Principally, a lot of it is European that is contaminated, but it's the one contaminating anyway. But there's a lot that is African that is already contaminated. Think about me and the people that I come from. We call ourselves Zulu. And there is an interesting part of it to recognize what happened in the 19th century. But the damaging part of it, which is the fact that the oppressor called themselves Afrikaner almost 8 years before we call ourselves Zulu. So they can claim to be older than me in South Africa. That will apply to the Pedi, to the Venda, to the Tsonga, the tribalization of a people who used to call themselves Batuba, Abantu Baka, then got tribalized now Pedi, which means I re-begin my existence in the 19th century. And remember, Van Riebeeck is here, 1652. Almost 200 years earlier. So now if I really just end at recovering the Zuluness, I may not have decolonized because I'm recovering that which was born in the belly of colonialism. And therefore it is contaminated with it. Just look at the fact that the making of the Zulu has to borrow the narrative of a strong Shaka who must replicate the image of a strong Napoleon. And he must also do what the European men did, which was to kill the women first before he went to kill the others, as African order. The killing of the widows in Europe precedes the killing of the colonial people and the enslaved people. So you must create this narrative, and this person must be like this. He's a macho man, he's a male leader in a society that did not derive leadership only from male. Actually, it's a very much linear society with strong women leaders and stuff like that. And then I must move a woman to the back of the story, and she become the conniver, conniver in the nature of a witch. And she's called Nkawai. And I must relocate people in the story of history in order to justify the present, the today. Because the colonial men who come here have already been patriarchized fully in Europe. And they cannot understand a world that is not fully patriarchal. So they must fully patriarchize it. So then we're going to have a Sikukuni, then we're going to have a Shaga, then we're going to have a, you get what I'm saying? Do you see the pattern? And in all of it, the federal pattern creates a particular world of people. But put bravado in it and put heroism in it. Then the people will fit in it, though it's foreign, they will internalize it. They will so internalize it that 200 years later, they'll be willing to kill for it. My people are very willing to kill for being Zulu. Borrowed as it is, invented as it is, artificial as it is, they're very willing to be buried. Similarly, the rest of the people are very willing to kill for being black. Though they never called themselves black until the late 19th century. Because there was no need for them to call themselves black, because there was no other color. Black is made necessary by the existence of another color. So it exists as an inverse of something else. It doesn't exist as a thing in itself. I'm glad. It's not necessary. Yeah, no, let me not belabor it. You get what I'm saying? So this journey of decolonization is absolutely important, that we do not simply deracialize, but we simply must rethink the entire ways of life. To the extent possible, get the historians to help us understand, how did Shaka see himself before we made him Zulu? How did Sikukune see himself before we made him Pedi? What did they see themselves as? And how did they relate with others? How come these people were able to exist in a world all the way to Congo? Which is why we have people who speak my language in Congo, people who speak Sisotho in the southern part of Kenya. How did they were able to live and exist in different societies before they were boxed into ethnic lines where they now cannot exit and exist with the others, but the other has become the other? How do we undo that? That is more painful because it's about undoing that which we have come to cherish as indigenous. We've indigenized what is invented. It's difficult. It's easier for us to let go of the racial side and say, no, remove all these white cultures in our system. Let's remove the thinking of the white people, remove the white people and all that. But it's difficult for us to detribalize, to remove the tribe invented as part of the Germanic understanding of how peoples become, not original. The Germanic people came and found people who did not show themselves as Abantu Batu, and found this uncivilized. You should move from being Umutu to being Mvenda, and very proud of it. Venda, which means I must force you to Kemusutu. So this thing is deep. Sorry for a long response to a short question. Let me just, I was just going to comment on one thing. And therefore decolonization must, in our case, what I would decolonize the curriculum, decolonize the knowledge, the institutional culture, we decolonize human relations, economy, and all of that, must first be about understanding what was distorted, what was contaminated. Some of the things still looks original, but the meaning has been changed, contaminated. Because an African proverb says, a snake you do not see is the one that is a danger to you. It is things we are ignorant about. That is why when we shout decolonization without understanding colonization, we may actually miss the point. It's deep, it's painful, it must let go. I mean, if you think about it, Prof, if we decolonize education, my professorship ends. Because my professorship is part of decolonization. The very stratification of knowledge that there are people who are called professors, who are supposed to profess something, but these people are regurgitating someone else's thing. They're actually not professing, they are reprofessing. Now, if I want to undo all of that system, it's going to be painful. Are we willing to give up this privilege that we've come to earn? That I stand in front of students and teach them the thinking of Cecil John Rose and punish them for challenging that thing. Because I've been recruited in the system to stand guard on its behalf and use the tool, pass, fail, pass, fail. I decide who passes through to the next level on the basis of how well they conform, not how critical they are. I know it because my uncle left school. My grandmother had 12 kids. One uncle is a shame to her family because he did not move beyond class 2, which became SSB or the second year of schooling. You know why my uncle could not move? Because my uncle was in class and a teacher drew a thing that looks like this on the board and asked the class, what is this? And everybody tried, and my uncle, having been a shepherd, was very quick to do it. It's very easy. This is a dog kennel. And the teacher reprimanded him, scolded him, and was even beaten for resisting and insisting that it's a dog kennel. But the teacher was saying, this is A, the capital A. And then the other kids also had to laugh at him because he's just got it wrong. Yet they also didn't know. You know when you laugh at a monkey for being a monkey when you are also your monkey, and so like we are fighting at each other and stuff like that. So he then the teacher must now teach them to recognize this as an A. Then he said, they say, say after me, again, it is until they accept it is But is it They made to repeat it until it's and he refused because he said, what is an I know a dog kennel. A dog kennel, I know. It's a place where dog is. Whenever you're saying this is a what is an Where do I find it? What lives in a Then they're like, no, you don't have to. It's not a logical idea of a It's simply a word you must just repeat. You must just accept it and question other things. But don't question it. Take it as a given. Because it is indeed given. So decolonizing is a deep process. It's a painful process. It could disrupt a lot of what we've come to be compatible with. Certainly. Oh, yeah. This one has been decolonized.
Okay, I'm going to be very, very brief. Firstly, on decolonization or decolonial, I want to say that decolonization or decolonial project will only succeed if it's attacked from different angles. We cannot, I think it's going to be difficult if we only beginning to tackle it at the tertiary level. So there's a need as well to start them while they are still young. And that's where the curriculum as a whole comes in, right? From school level, from primary and high school level. So I happen to sit on the ministerial task team for history. Myself and Professor Ndlovu, we are part of that ministerial task team. And its brief, the brief of the ministerial task team is to look at how to strengthen the existing curriculum and propose a sort of a more strengthened new curriculum. We started off by critiquing the current curriculum, which we found to be too colonial, to be too Eurocentric, to be Cape-centric, to be many things that it shouldn't have actually been. And part of the reason why, our curriculum is in the state that it is in, Eurocentric, is because we have left the business of curriculum making to the former colonizers. We have not taken a very active role in that sphere. That is why we have come up with a curriculum at high school, at primary and high school, that does not have liberation history as part of the content that learners should actually cover. So one of our main proposals is that
the curriculum should be, without using the word decolonial, we don't use decolonial at all, because we believe that the concept itself is too, I don't know, it has been abused, right? It has been abused. It means it means anything to anyone. So rather we talk about an African-centered curriculum, a curriculum that centers the African child, that understands that you are dealing with the African child, and you have to, the kind of knowledge that you give the African child should be the one that affirms who they are, but not treat them as a parochial individual. Show them how you know, they are connected. You know, they're South African. This is a South African child who is on the African continent, so that this child does not grow up and become a soccer player and then go to Tanzania, and then when he comes back, he says that when I was in Africa, we were playing a team out in Africa. As though South Africa is a kind of an island that is separate from the rest of the continent. And those are some of the things that actually feeds into xenophobia, because of this notion that we are somehow exceptional. But it's really a curriculum, a decolonial curriculum is one that for us in the ministerial task team draws connections between South Africa and Africa, and also shows the place of Africa in the world, so that this learner understands that he's a South African or she's a South African child on the African continent, which is part of the global community. So that's how I would approach the question of decolonial, and I think that we are doing that in a sense in the ministerial task team without even mentioning it directly. Then there was a question about how to navigate issues of funding. Clearly, funding organizations have an influence on the kind of research questions that we raise, right? Because if we raise our own questions, then they will just deny us that kind of funding. And I think this is where, I mean, if we are really serious about decolonizing, we can't always be looking at these colonial funding organizations. The question is, what is our own government actually doing? At home, what are we doing here at home, right? And I think that many of the colleagues in this room would actually know something about the NIHSS, the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences. The NIHSS has had a profound impact in terms of production of scholarship, in terms of production of even African PhDs. It has had a huge impact. So that actually shows you that if we are really serious about this decolonial business, you know, we have to look at ourselves first and say, what are we doing? What is our own government actually doing? What are the black capitalists doing as well? And maybe, you know, because these are people who have money as well, right? If they are committed to decolonization, surely they should put their money where their mouth is. So I think I'll just stop there and respond to those two questions in the interest of time.
Okay.
Okay, I'll only contribute in terms of one question, in terms of the African languages at tertiary institutions. I do know that University of KwaZulu-Natal, they have this experiment, which is probably should be about 10 years old, of using isiZulu in equal terms as English. So I think we just have to wait for them and find out how is their experiment going, because I was a bit surprised one day when one of my colleagues sent me a student script, and that student script was about my own work, but the exam itself, he answered, he wrote everything, the essay in isiZulu, but this student was supposed to be a postgraduate student, so to some extent I valued, the way they're going about it. With time, I hope we'll see whether the experiment that they've been doing is successful. I think the person who leads it is Professor Nthabiseng. If you can even do a search, internet search, about him and the experiment in using isiZulu like that, maybe we'll get somewhere. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think it's that time of the day when we have to give a loud applause to the colleagues who are presenting. Thank you, thank you. Three things that I need to announce. When we invited Prof. Zondi, he indicated that if there are no gifts, he's not coming. So I think we have to make sure that he gets his gift.
Are gifts colonial or decolonial?
They are very African. I know you are the two people who will receive, but at this point, anybody with a photo, come on, guys. I mean, I thought everybody will come with their... I'm going to be, Prof, I'm going to be in the liminal stage, né? Both an insider and an outsider. So I'll also probably, So, we are handing over. So, yeah, for Prof. Motsemme, do you see it? Who sees it?
Bump into each other.
Can you make sure that you bump into it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I take a picture on your behalf?
No. So this is the liminal stage.
Yeah. The last gift is to himself.
Yeah, this one is to myself.
This one is to himself.
For the speaker.
But he has a gift.
Okay. From here, colleagues, two things. I said three, now two more. We are going to allow the two colleagues and Prof to be in front for dishing. And the reason for that is because they are hungry, I'm sure, after, Under normal circumstances, I would say all those who ask questions and make comments should be the, they should follow after that. But we are not going to do that. Yeah. So, Prof, I will ask Prof. Nsila to take a second and close for us. And we can, after that, go and eat, go and look at the books, and so on and so on.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Ndlovu, we are really sure that this was a very good project that you organized here, because it's very few events that you find 110 people at the beginning, and at the end you still find 110 people. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I even liked the program where I found that after every speaker, I had something to take home. For instance, when Prof. Motsemme was presenting, I thought of many things, and many scholars and intellectuals out there, including Bell Hooks, as well as Angela Davis.
You know, what Angela Davis said once was that when he speaks of feminism, she doesn't use a singular. She speaks in plural, feminisms. So I was thinking of that as she was presenting, and the intellectual work that has come into that work as well, especially when you look at Nigerian intellectuals like Amadi Diume, and especially if you look at the work of writers such as Achebe, who has presented a lot of slant about feminism in Nigeria, especially in the Yoruba culture. When you read Arrow of God, you'll find that. The characters will really portray some of those. When you read Things Fall Apart, you will also, if you look at the female characters, you will find some of these. And when Professor Siphamandla Zondi presented, he talked about many things, and some of them, I likened them right to the life of academia. You know, the issue of relevance. For example, when he was talking about research. You know, Prof. Siphamandla Zondi, I used to be a school teacher in my previous life. And some of the questions you'll ask students, you'll find that they are not answering what you were asking, but it would be a brilliant answer. For example, this history teacher would write Bismarck here, Bismarck there, Bismarck everywhere, discuss. And the student would say, first sentence, Bismarck was a very good leader, very strategic, but he was not as good as Napoleon Bonaparte. And then from there, he writes about Napoleon Bonaparte. So if you look at those, Prof. Zondi, you know, the issues of relevance that you talked about, very critical for research and researchers and our intellectual work. And also thanks to Prof. Lekgoathi, who spoke about important part of our history. You know, the history that needs to be explored, especially by learners in our schools. You know, whenever I read about Vuiselemini when he was on his last walk towards the hangman's noose in Pretoria Central, Ben Turok was also there. Ben Turok wrote about the last minutes of this man as he was about to face the hangman's noose. You know, the way he portrays that, the way he writes about it, it's a tearjerker, very doleful. You know, these are stories that we need. You know, the last moments, as he was singing, he says that, Ben Turok, he says that as he moved towards the hangman's noose, he could hear the voice dwindling in a distance until it was dead silent. So these are the stories that not only us, but generations to come need to know. Again, thank you, Prof. Zondi, for the program. I thank you and your team in the TM school. This indeed was very fruitful, and I hope it's a beginning of many other projects like this. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, guys.
Colleagues, my